Over now. Hello, beautiful people of the internet, and you people that are actually playing with
The
me.
rest of you.
The best of you.
The rest of you, beautiful people of the internet, and the rest of you.
Awesome. It's my favorite time of the week, and that's Burning Wheel time. Looking forward to it. Let's do it. I don't know what I'm doing right now.
We have 9 Twitch viewers right now, so we're already well ahead of the game. Yeah,
this channel is exploding.
We're almost double digits.
Oh no, it went down to 7.
Son of a bitch!
Let's turn it off before we lose
one of
more.
you-
Like, high point.
Which one of
Good
you
job,
two
Matt.
guys that are playing logged off? That's what I want to know right now.
I'm still on.
All right. So
Is Nicole Meowdo Roda?
What do you think?
Yeah,
What do
no,
you
I
think?
got it. I figured it out.
awesome.
I cracked the code.
All right. So
I need to stop looking at that name.
I if there's one thing that I would like to do that I always forget to actually do when we start these games is we should always start with everybody reading off their beliefs, because you guys know them and I know them, but people watching don't necessarily know them. So who would like to start with beliefs
I
for
would.
this session?
I would. I'd also like to point out that my name still only has 1 T, you son of a bee. But that's okay. That's okay. I'll just pick on you for it forever. All right. My
That's
belief.
okay. I don't mind it. I just bring it.
My belief number 1 is Saxa needs to get out of the city, and I need to convince Yezi and Fayana that I'm on their side. I'll down 2 birds with 1 stone and use my criminal knowledge to help them smuggle the girl out of the city tonight.
Hot.
Belief number 2, the rift in this town is too great to ignore. I will convince both the Dominus and Yezi that funding a banquet for the poor of both sides would work well in bringing everyone together. And belief number 3, I'm sick of bloodshed. I will follow the path of virtue and put my dark past behind me where it belongs.
Nice. None of those will lead to anything bad happening.
Never!
Never.
Never.
Who would like to go next?
Sure, I'll go.
Dustin.
All right. I suppose I actually have to pull up my character sheet for this, huh? Okay. So my first belief is I will keep Saxa under my protection until the situation has resolved.
Okay.
My second belief is I will have Yezi use whatever sources available to her to get a letter to my homeland of Metiana unnoticed.
Luckily for you, I have both right and composition.
Good. Oh wait.
And contacts. Do you
I don't
have
have-
those?
I don't have right. I can read, but I can't write. I never said I was a smart cop.
I got your back, fam.
And then my third belief is my brother has let power corrupt him and must be removed from his position.
Nice. Awesome. Next? Who'd like to go next?
Sure. People were right if Saxa is executed. I must get her out of town with the rebels without Numeris finding out.
Okay.
I must pursue peace between our peoples. After giving them the good and bad news, I must convince them to each find a way to help the new settlers. I have no true power so long as my children are here, so I will ride out to the rebel camp with Saxa and talk to Miko about making arrangements.
Awesome. All right. And Nicole.
I must protect Saxa. I can help her seek shelter in the woods with the help of the spirits.
Yes.
I must help Yezi lay her son to rest so he may join the ancestors. And I must protect the ancestors' burrows by stopping the desecration, by stopping the new religion's worship.
Lots of stopping. But
Lots
that's
of
awesome. Stopping
Stopper.
things is always good at Burning Wheel. Okay, so last week we left off with you guys having made contact, and obviously, since you guys have beliefs about it, getting ready to smuggle Saksa the murderess out into the woods to the camp of rebels. At night. Meanwhile, the villagers, the people that had immigrated from from the Imperium have been, at least for the moment, sort of placated, thanks to the good Father Colin, and
You guys hear that? The good father.
possibly
Good father.
possibly Yezi's mustache.
I'm getting so high on Sharpie right now. The best part.
Like you do. But I don't think it's betraying anything to say that that's probably not a permanent situation, right? Like, people will only wait for so long. But as of yet, they haven't, shit hasn't blown up quite yet. What else am I missing? Oh yes, Gwynam, the other speaker to the ancients, has come to Fayana and instructed her, or requested that since she has Yezi's ear, that he would appreciate it if he would convince her to, or if Fayana would convince Yezi to denounce Colin, in order to prove that she's not a turncoat and working with the enemy.
Of course.
Is there anything that I'm forgetting? Anything important that sticks out? There's a food shortage. And
which is going to go great with me throwing a banquet for everyone.
Right.
It's going to work well.
So basically, like, shit's all going wrong, and you're sneaking a criminal out of town. So we have a couple of options. We can skip right to the edge of the woods at night. But
I need to roll to write a letter first.
Okay, so
I need to help sneak her out of the city.
I also still don't know what's happening with the girl.
Yeah, nobody knows what's happening with the girl, and that's part of the reason.
Nobody at all.
Temple.
I think the plan was I was supposed to meet Yezi, like, at the Ancestor Mound at night or something like that.
The last I remember, you got into a fight with her and she mom talked you down.
Yeah, you were sent to a corner, weren't you?
Yeah, I do remember you having to climb out.
Yeah, she had me do a reset, but once I reset, I was able to come back and we're good to
After
go
you
now.
meditated on it.
Yes. Okay. So there's a bunch of stuff that needs to happen. I was also going to say because Fayana, you had a belief about helping with the aid of the spirits.
Yes.
But the only reason I bring it up is because summoning as an art is something that takes time.
Unless they're gifted at it.
Well, this can be true.
If they're gifted, I think they don't have to take the hours long one to draw the big circle.
So I'm really good at drawing circles.
You have some leeway, or at least
you can still draw circles to help you out though if you want.
Yeah.
Okay. I can start summoning if I need to, or attempting to.
Yeah, like I'd love to start there just because I feel like you were the piece that we need to kind of bring in, and I don't want to leave anybody out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, where like, do you have a space where you typically go to summon? Do you stay like in this shrine, like temple thing, or is there?
Typically, yes, but I can still do it outside. I just prefer to do it in my temple because all my stuff's there.
Yeah. Oh no, that totally makes sense. So you're in there. I figure everybody is left at this point, right? Like everybody's gone to kind of do their individual things to prepare.
Yeah.
For the shit going down tonight.
Well, here my only problem with this is, as far as I don't know anything about her being moved. No one has run the plan by my character at all.
No, I told you. Didn't I tell you when I came back? Like we can get her out of here, but I need to be able to get her out of here tonight.
Maybe we can just assume you did.
Yeah, I was gonna say we
Well,
can. I think we can
I don't
take
want
that
to
as a
stop
given.
on anything that you're planning to do.
Oh, I have no plan. I just wanted to
Oh.
make sure it tied together narrative wise. But that'll be.
I think
fine.
I think I remember you being kind of shocked at the mention of a group of rebels in the woods, like you hadn't really known about them or something.
Well, I did.
Oh, I didn't mention those. I didn't say.
She didn't
anything
mention the
about
rebels
those.
at all because I still don't know she's involved with them.
Okay.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
Nope, no
No,
problem.
it's fine.
So here you are, Fiona, kind of in the temple alone. People are like, nothing ever goes wrong when you summon in the chat.
She's not alone if she's got all of her dead friends.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Yeah.
It's
And
totally
she's got
fine.
plenty of femurs if she has to defend herself.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Um,
And I have a really good track record for, possession and summoning.
nice. So, what is it? What is it that you want to do? What is it you want to accomplish? What kind of help do you want to beseech the spirits for?
She wants to be possessed by a dead husband.
I'm thinking more someone that knows the area, that knows the forest, kind of.
Okay.
Captain Planet.
So there's a few things that you have, like there's specific things that the spirits can do, and
Okay.
it depends on what kind of spirit you plan on summoning.
Okay.
The restless dead can provide information. They can answer questions. They can transfer. They can basically loan you a trait. They can give you some of their power to take with you, or they can perform like physical actions. They don't have bodies.
Can they create a distraction?
Possibly, yeah.
Because I'm thinking the rebels probably know their way through the woods,
That is true.
but I don't want people to notice them going into the woods with the girl. So I need something over on the other side to be like, oh, what's that over there?
Just unleash a horde of zombies at the town.
It's fine.
Okay,
Do you have the codex up there?
That totally makes sense. That's a thing that the restless dead can do. Sanctified dead can do. They have social abilities, like they can speak to people for you, but they can't do physical stuff. They are no longer bound to the world because they've been sanctified. The restless dead are restless. They're basically poltergeists.
Gotcha.
But I mean, a great way to pay a restless dead is to then go, okay, once I have a chance, I'm going to sanctify your remains, and you will become, a sanctified dead. So there you go.
Yes, that is something that can happen. They always expect a price to be paid.
Okay. So I could lay them to rest, and they'd be totally jazzed about that.
Depends on your role, but yeah.
Totally
yes.
jazzed.
Totally jazzed.
Depending on how you roll, you can be like, yeah, you can lay us to rest. Oh, and we want to mark your soul. Thanks, bye.
Super good.
I'm personally hoping for a god that she summons.
Dustin.
She doesn't have the ability to summon a god just yet. She only has
Oh, I didn't say
Restless and Sanctified
voluntarily.
Dead. Sadly, because we have art magic in this, we don't spin the wheel of magic, so we'll never get that kind of.
No, but
that kind of.
But unintended summoning is a failure consequence, or a potential failure consequence of summoning.
That's true. I accidentally summoned the Lady of Pain in a different game, so.
Yeah, that went really well.
It was the best.
Don't worry, Nicole. It's not like anything I ever say that you will fail on actually fails.
Right? This never happens.
No. I never jinx you when it comes to this stuff.
So do I create a circle first and then summon, or is the circle the part of the summoning?
It depends on how safe you want to make things.
I'm gonna vote safe.
You want to be safe. So there's
Come on,
actually there's three kinds of circles you can draw.
Okay.
There's the summoner's gate, which is the actual, like, this is the summoning circle, right? You have to draw one of these if you want to spend extra time on it. Like we can just say yes to it. You know how to draw a summoner's gate. If you want to take some time with it, then you can do a circulation test, and you basically get to set the ob for it, and if you succeed, you get that many dice as advantage. You've basically taken the extra time to make sure that everything's perfect.
Okay.
Does she,
Yes?
Go ahead. I was gonna say, does she get a bonus for the communing with the ancients every morning?
That acts as practice.
Okay.
There's also the prison circle. It traps the spirit within it.
In case it's a not happy spirit to be summoned.
Yeah, and if things, like, if you summon and things go wrong, but you've successfully made a prison circle, like, it can't get out and start wrecking shit.
Good.
But again, it takes time
Okay.
to do. The last is the fortress circle, and it is basically a shield you draw around yourself. As long as you're in the circle, you and anybody inside, like, spirits have a hard time protecting against them. The only thing that's actually required is the gate circle. And again, if you want to make it quick and go ahead, you can just say, nah, do it. No advantage dice, no test needed.
But if you want to protect your sanctuary from backlash, I mean, a prison circle wouldn't hurt. And maybe an ob 1 or 2 circulation circle to get bonus dice.
Yeah, I don't want someone to get out and wreck all my stuff. That doesn't seem like a good idea. And I have all these bones lying around and bodies. I don't know if they can jump in and go for a ride.
These these spirits aren't quite powerful enough for that.
Frogger?
They're basically disembodied. They're disembodied souls.
Okay.
So how do you start?
I imagine that I have like a room tucked away where I usually commune with the spirits. And I go there and maybe I have like a rough circle like all ready to go and I redo it, I redraw it or whatever I need to do.
Awesome. Cool. So
like it's tucked away so people can't just like pop in and be like, oh, what's she doing over there?
Right.
You're gonna have to go through some hallways.
Okay. Yeah, no, that totally makes sense.
No, not hallway.
Like a private sanctuary where you can perform your rites. Awesome. So the first thing that you need to do is the gate circle.
Okay.
Do you take any extra precautions, or do you just go ahead?
I feel like I should take precautions.
Okay. Awesome. How powerful do you want to make this this gift? Whatever ob you set is how many dice you get if you succeed.
What's your circumnation skill right now, Nicole?
This many, 3.
Okay, so maybe just an ob 1 wouldn't be out of bounds, and it would just give you a little bit of a bonus later.
That's what I was kind of thinking too.
Sure. Yeah. So it takes roughly about an hour to like get everything set. Of course, if you fail, then in the course of preparing this circle, you've forgotten something.
Excuse me.
The chalk.
Damn it! Where's the chalk to draw this? No, you've
Some salt.
the art of
The
summoning.
line doesn't quite match up, or you forgot a symbol somewhere. Or...
Yeah. The spirits the spirits have high demands for those that would summon them for aid.
You misspell one of the spirits' names and forget to put that last T on there. It's understandable.
Yeah, there are many spirits.
That spirit must be a bitch to be that touchy about stuff.
And you know, it could be fine. Like everything could be fine. There's no way that it could be a crack that some other entity could take advantage of. But
No way.
We'll see.
No way.
Good. Oh, good.
So go ahead and make that ob 1
Circination.
test.
Does that get to fork anything in there, or do I have to wait for summoning to do that?
No, you can fork. I think there's no geometry training skill anymore. I don't think, is there?
I think it was available when I did student or young lady.
I think you have symbology you could fork into it.
Yes,
maybe.
you can.
I was
fork
thinking symbology. Yeah.
Symbolism.
Symbolism. Also, any like appropriate wise is spirit wise, or
How about ancestor wise?
ancestor wise is appropriate in this case, since all of the dead are the spirits of your ancestors.
Okay. Ob 1.
Ob 1.
Watching the dice recommendation.
So that would be 2 modifiers.
Yep.
Oh man, I should have went higher.
Well,
think
that's
Sam was
okay.
trying
You
to get
need
you to
those
go for an
routine
ob
tests
4 test.
anyway.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, no, you in fact, with those extra successes, since you only needed 1, if you want, you can we don't have to be like exacting for this, but working quickly is a thing you can do. Basically, you have 3 extra successes, you can make it take what, like 20 minutes instead of an hour.
That
or
seems
so.
fair.
Yeah, it brings it down by what, 30% of the time.
I
You're
like
so
it.
practiced at this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little more than a half hour, maybe like 45 minutes. It's not much time, but it's at least something better. And while that's going on, I'm gonna try and jump around so that we're not stuck in one scene. Let's go to so there was something about writing a letter. Was that something that Aldwin and Yezi were doing at the same time?
Not his letter. I don't want to write his letter.
Oh, you
I
don't
wanna
have-
write his letter.
Ouch.
Hey, Dustin, you're
You
right.
haven't brought it up. No, I wanted to write a letter to my people that the kid. Oh no, that can wait because that involves my kids. I'm sorry, I'm sending too many people off with these fucking rebels. So no, I don't need to write a letter. I'm good. I'm fine. Go right ahead.
Okay. All right. So, Dustin, what's Aldwin doing kind of in the meantime?
Well, I imagine I would have stayed somewhere in the temple overnight to keep, because that's where Saxa is being kept.
Nice. How did that make? How did you react when Fayana was like, I gotta go see a ghost about some distractions?
She ran off. I didn't pay much mind to her. I don't, I have no reason to suspect she's going to, summon the demon lord or anything like that.
Just locked herself up in some little back room. Like,
It's her temple.
You
She can do what she wants.
You and Saxa are in there, like, kind of awkwardly, like, hanging out. She still doesn't look like she fully trusts you. I mean, you were.
You did arrest her.
Well, I mean.
Yeah.
Stop reading the chat and run the game.
Seriously.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna.
No, you're not, and that's the problem.
I'm dropping that away so that I can just run the game. So yeah, like she looks like she doesn't completely trust you. She's and it's, you guys have been in there for a while, just kind of not talking, or at least she's not offering any conversation. Just being like,
that's fine. I wouldn't be offering conversation either. I'm not a chatty guy.
Way to make her feel better.
And then she's like, sir?
I kind of grunt. Just what?
Like she looks awkward and embarrassed, and she's like, I have to go.
You're not going anywhere.
She like looks around the temple and she's like, I can't go here. Well, that would be disrespectful.
I look around for Fiona. Is she nowhere to be found?
What's that?
Are you reading the chat again?
No, I'm not reading the chat. I
No, you're quiet, Dustin.
Oh, am I headset?
He didn't hear
jacking
you.
up? I'm sorry. I said I start looking around for Fiona. Is she anywhere
no,
to be found?
She's like back, like locked herself in in one of the back rooms. I imagine that that she's been in there for a while. Like, I guess you could go interrupt her if you wanted to.
Oh boy.
Is there not a restroom or commode in this temple?
I don't think it's that big. Like, I'm sure that there's outhouses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll escort her to the outhouses.
Nice. Okay. So yeah.
Begrudgingly,
Yeah.
because I am not a babysitter.
Nice. So like it's late afternoon, like dipping into evening.
You get my girl killed, I'm coming for you.
It's awfully cold in this part of the world. It's a little colder than you're actually like it, coming from the heart of the Imperium. Like you've just never quite gotten used to that cold. It doesn't seem to bother her. But as you step out, you realize that that there's still patrols. Like this temple is within kind of the still on the grounds of the main keep of this town. And
Are they not my patrols?
well, I mean they are, but also, hell was that?
It's Christmas.
I love Christmas. I mean, yeah, but you've also just kind of like you're running around with a prisoner. Like you could probably like get away with it if anybody stopped and questioned you, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, Oppius knows what's up.
I'm the boss.
You are the
Sergeant
boss,
Oppius.
but I don't think the like the rank and file are just gonna be like, yeah, whatever. She killed somebody. Nobody cares. Like,
Oh no, I mean, I get that.
Words can
I'm
go
not-
around that you're on their side.
I'm not too terribly worried about it.
sweet.
As a character.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just like, are you sneaking her over there, or are you just like, yeah,
No.
whatever, come this way, and if anybody comes by, you're just
I'm
like,
I'm not sneaking.
nice. So like you guys get over to the outhouses. She ducks in, and I'm assuming that you're waiting outside. And,
Correct.
And not being like, no, I'm going to stand here and hold your hand.
No, I am definitely waiting outside.
Right. So as you're waiting, like you hear footsteps kind of coming up the path, and you turn, and it's one of the lower ranking soldiers.
Okay. I nod my head.
And he gives you a salute. And he says, "Sir," and like he doesn't even realize that she's in there. He just sees you standing out, and like he just kind of ran into you by chance, right?
Okay.
And he's kind of like, "Sir, we, the men, well, the soldiers, and I, we're growing a little bit concerned. The people are, I mean, they've stopped banging on the gates, but a group of them is gathering in the center of town. Do you know what we're doing about this this crime, sir?"
Currently I do not. My current task is to keep her protected until we have that sorted out.
Is that going to be soon? Because people are getting restless, quite restless. And it's not that I don't think we can handle it, sir, but I would really hate for something this simple to escalate. Isn't it up to you to make a decision about this, or should I talk to Lord
Correct.
Lurko?
No, correct. It is up to me to make a decision, but I also am not going to make a decision without knowing all the facts, and I want to make sure when I make a decision, I want to make sure it's the right decision.
And he says he's kind of like the right decision, sir. A barbarian murdered one of our people. What kind of right decision is it that you need to make here?
I get a little sterner with him. I'm like, that's not really for you to worry about.
And he says, I don't mean to be offensive, sir. But this isn't how we keep order. And it, like, as he finishes that sentence, the door swings open. And Saksa kind of like she steps out and then just freezes when she sees the other guard there. And like he turns and looks at her, and he's like, we can end this all right now, sir. And he's just staring at her.
And I look at him and I say, absolutely not. You will fall. I'm going to shout at him, possibly intimidate him. I don't know if that's something I need to do.
Well, what is it? What is it that you want to do?
I want to
What's your intent?
pretty much. My intent is to make him follow my orders and stop questioning them.
Okay. Sweet. What does it look like when you do that? What do you say to him?
So I see him staring at it. He said, "We can end it right now." And I kind of smack him on the shoulder, and I'd be like, well, pretty much that. I'd pretty much look at him and say, I have this under control. It will be dealt with. Stop questioning my orders. Very sternly and very straightforward.
Put him on latrine duty or something. Drive that point home.
Peel them potatoes.
That's right. Yeah, no, that absolutely sounds like intimidation. It's going to be ob 3.
Okay. May I fork my soldier wise into it or command?
You can fork either or both of those into it if you would like.
I could fork both of them?
Yeah. How are they helping you? I mean, command is kind of obvious. You're telling him.
Command is obvious. Soldiering is Well, no, soldiering doesn't have anything to do with rank.
Oh, I thought you
soldiering
said
has to do with digging latrines, though. If you want to put him on latrine duty.
Yeah.
Oh, I do have soldier wise.
Yeah.
I do have soldier wise.
Yeah. So yeah, you can totally, absolutely.
Yeah. I'll threaten him because his rank is much lower than mine.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. If you fail, then he's just gonna kind of be like, all right, sir, I see how it is, and then he's going to go.
Totally not incite the rest of the guards. Yeah, I got
totally
it.
Not incite. Not be like, look, the captain is his, like, I don't know if he's gone native or if he's just doesn't have the balls to deal with this.
Captain has lost his mind.
Yeah, there's something going on here. But it's ob 3.
Ob 3, and I can fork those 2 in.
Yep.
So that's a +2, right?
Yes.
2 modifiers.
You can spend persona if you'd like to, if you need some extra dice.
I don't think I do. Base op is 3, you said?
Yes.
Or 2? 3. I think I did that right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice. Just made it. Yeah, like when you get kind of done berating him, he looks like he's
my modifiers didn't. My modifiers didn't come through.
Did they not? What's
No.
your intimidation?
4.
Oh.
Well, I guess I did it without forking anything.
Congratulations. Good
Yay,
job.
me! I don't know why my modifiers didn't come through. That's weird.
That is weird. I mean, you can go ahead and roll the 2 extra dice, but this gives you a difficult test and not a.
I'll just go with what I rolled.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll take the difficult test on intimidation.
Yeah, he kind of looks like he's about to say something, and then like looks at your face after after you've kind of read him the riot act, and he looks over at at Saksa and like shuffles back, and then kind of like realizes his place and gives you a salute. And then he's like, "Yes, sir. Of course, sir. I forgive me, sir. I'll return to my patrol."
I don't say anything. I just watch him leave.
Yeah.
Stern.
He kind of awkwardly like backs away, and then like once he's a respectful distance, he kind of spins on his heel and goes back to whatever his assigned duty is. Meanwhile, what is Father Colin doing while this is happening?
You said night is falling?
Yeah, night is quickly approaching.
He goes back. helps Chadwick with just some basic chores around the church until night gets closer. And then he goes to his room. He like opens up a chest and pulls out some like old, uh, uh, some of his old city clothes
Right.
that are much less conspicuous than priest robes. And he throws those on, and then he kind of tries to make his way nonchalantly to the temple, to the barrow, whatever you want to call it.
Nice.
It's not my religion. It doesn't matter. It's a pile of rocks. Anyway, so I
have a new objective.
I believe now. So I kind of make my way there hopefully without being noticed, and just to meet everyone there who's going to be there.
Okay. Yeah, and I think you probably get there at about the time that Aldwin and Saksa are getting back. So now the three of you are there together with Vanna continuing her preparations.
The priest is in civvies, and not just civvies, but like low quality, cheap, poor side of town civvies.
Is no one gonna recognize him in those civvies?
He's hoping not.
So I know. Do you have the tonsured trait?
I do not.
Oh, you don't.
The what trait?
Because I didn't actually take a priest path. Like
Right.
I just started being a priest. I didn't get to go through all the official channels.
Yeah.
Didn't get to? That's a funny way of putting that. You just fucking declared yourself a priest.
So that's how you become a priest, right? That's pretty much.
You're just
How
like,
it
this is
happened.
what I do now.
Leaving this life of murder and mayhem behind me, I guess I'll pray now. It doesn't.
Well, my last life path was a bondsman to a priest, and so like he trained me.
Mhm.
And so I don't know if there was an official rite I went through to become a priest, and that's what I started as now. But yeah, I don't have like tonsure or anything.
I was just curious because, like,
I'm also totally okay with just taking, some robes and running and doing that too. So.
You have the actual priest life trait?
No, I took my last life path was bondsman to a city temple priest.
Oh, okay. So you're just now being.
So I got the
priest.
skills of priest.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't.
Because yeah, I knew that tonsure came with it. So it's just poser, dirty
Yeah.
poser.
Yeah, basically.
Instead
Okay.
of tonsure, I got the lucky trait, which I feel is a fair trade-off.
It's the one good thing about taking the bondsman trait or the bondsman life path.
You've definitely made that lucky work for you.
So yeah, you guys, the three of you are there at about the same time. Is there anything that Yezi needs to do?
Kiss my kids goodnight.
Kiss your kids good night. Who watches them while you're gone?
Well, I thought you said goodbye.
While you're dealing with shit.
Could be two things. I just assumed that there was some
Just
staff.
sure. Yeah. No. There's
Just one of the people in.
the like household servants.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Totally. I think there absolutely is.
Like, and I'm guessing it's somebody loyal to Dominus. Like, because that's
Yes.
kind of the thing is that like they're what he has over her.
Right. Yeah.
Keep her
So
compliant.
it's household staff, but not your household staff. It's like his kind of people he's brought with him.
Yeah.
Nice, or at least trained to do that. Yeah. So yeah, you kiss them goodnight, and then one of the Imperium servants kind of kind of takes them from you, and ushers them like back to their rooms. Does it bother you that they've started adopting the like
I hate you so much.
that they no like these servants have they've started dressing them in Imperium clothing?
Yeah, no, of course it bothers the shit out of me, but I don't say a word.
Hashtag trigger.
Because I thought this was a safe space.
What's that, Dustin?
Am I quiet
Am I-
again?
You were
Super quiet, dude.
I hear you.
It wasn't
But-
anything important. Let me mess with my levels though.
Yeah, no, it totally bugs me, but until they're like I take care of having them here, I really have to play it. But no, it's gonna be fine that the Imperium took us over. Like, of course we should adopt their ways.
right.
Haha, don't kill any more of my children.
Please don't murder my children. Okay, yeah, like they usher them off and eventually, like kind of leave you alone to your own devices.
Yeah, and then I get a cloak, something to hide my face, and my riding pants.
Riding pants. Can't never leave home without your riding pants. Or did you say
Nope.
writing pants?
Riding.
Sometimes you need
Okay.
special pants to do your writing.
Cool. So you arrive back at the temple, where everybody else is kind of sitting there and waiting, impatiently. Meanwhile, in the back room, the gate circle has been completed.
Excellent.
Are there any other preparations that you would like to make?
I don't know. Not that I can think of, unless you can think of something that I need to know.
There's nothing required. You have the gate circle, and you've made you pass that test. So whenever you actually do the summoning, then you're gonna have an extra die.
Okay.
To do that, you are welcome to attempt to make a prison and or fortress circle if you wish, but it's not required. Also, the restless dead aren't necessarily the most powerful spirits.
Will what was it? The prison circle take any longer?
All circulation tests take about an hour per ob.
Okay.
The obstacle to draw a prison circle is equal to the will exponent of the spirit to be imprisoned.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me okay? Is my level all right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Too quiet? Too loud?
Nope. I think you're all right.
Okay.
And I would
Let me know if you
say,
do it again.
I mean, are we losing light though? Do I have time for more?
you are starting to lose light, so you probably have enough time to maybe, if you want, you can do probably one more, or you can go with it as you have it now.
Let's run with it. Let's do it. What can go wrong?
You could summon the
Sounds
Lady
good
of
to
Pain
me.
in the other game. Ugh.
All right. So your intent was to summon a spirit to provide a distraction. Yes.
Correct.
That was your intent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the ob for summoning a spirit of the restless dead, which can do that, is, I believe, ob 3.
Okay.
You have 1 bonus die from your successful prison circle.
Correct.
And do your orders actually come with dice, or is that just does that just give you action or access to?
I don't know.
I think it just gives you access to it. Like you can summon beings from kind of that. Oh no, you do have orders.
I think she only has the 0D in both of them, the journeyman.
Okay.
I thought I went up in the Restless Dead, but maybe not.
You get
I could be
Restless
wrong.
Dead for free.
I have a reputation as a reliable summoner.
That let's see.
That's for
Sure you do.
Rolls.
I do, Dustin.
Sure you do.
Is that a reputation among the spirits, or is that a reputation among the people? Did we lose Crispin, or did she just shut off her?
She put BRB
Oh,
in
okay.
chat. I'm a people, and I've certainly never heard of this reputation.
Listen, Linda.
Honey, listen, honey.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Because once you make that determination, that is what it is.
It's stuck forever.
Yes. Yeah, which means that you can use it either to aid you in summoning spirits, or you can use it to aid you in making circles rolls, but not both.
Let's go spirits.
Okay, so you have a reputation for reliability with the spirits.
I get things done.
You get things done. You pay your tributes on time, as agreed in your pacts.
Here we go, Nick.
Well.
I also have, was it Faust? How do I say that?
Faust. What does Faust do for you?
When bargaining with the higher powers for something pure and innocent like love, gain a bonus persona point for each agreement you strike on the behalf of the one you seek to protect or affect.
Okay, so that's for if you're summoning on to make requests on behalf of somebody else.
Okay, if they're making a request of me to do that.
Yeah, like if somebody has asked you to summon a spirit to help them achieve love or one of those things,
That seems fair.
then you're really good at that.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Okay, so yes, it is an OB3 test to summon a spirit of the restless dead.
That's it?
Yeah.
And I get
She couldn't possibly fail that.
I get one for my gate
You get
and
one for your gate,
the
and whatever your reputation is
1D.
for okay. So that's one additional die. If you fail, there is no prison, and you have not protected yourself.
Oh boy.
She forgot the chalk.
But summoning's open-ended, right? Automatically.
It is open-ended because it's a magical skill. So
Do you want to spend persona points though? That's a thing.
Yep, you can spend persona on it ahead of time.
You don't need to, Nicole. You got this.
Yeah, but if you fail, then as is their wont, the spirit that you summon is not happy about its situation being dead and all, and it will kind of go on a rampage. I don't think that the danger here is that like you guys are going to get injured. The danger is that angry spirits are not known for their discretion. and it's gonna get like people rushing over to be like, "What the fuck is going on?"
What's happening?
Where your little conspiracy has all gathered.
Okay. You're not all 13. No, I don't want that.
No.
I mean, it'll be interesting.
Boom.
Oh.
Boom.
Ob 4. Or you 4 successes. Very nice. And
Do I get like a bonus spirit? Like buy one, get one free?
Let's see. If the summoner exceeds his obstacle, he has skillfully cast his summoning spell and has earned some leverage over the entity he has called forth. The creature announces itself with one of its personal names and agrees to perform the service for the price described for his order. However, the summoner may spend your extra successes as follows. 1 success may be spent to gain an opportunity to bargain or haggle with the entity.
Dropping the price down.
If you win, you may lower the price or increase the duration of the service by 1 step per success in the margin of success.
Whoa.
What's the base price?
So the
1 human child.
the spirits of the restless dead ask for tribute. Hang on to that extra success for right now, and you can decide if you want to spend it to bargain with it, or not.
Okay.
As it comes. So as you complete, you're right, and like outside in the room, you can the 4 of you that are out there now. Can hear Fana's chanting, and calling the names of the spirits, and at first, for a long time, everything's just like weird and awkward as like you hear this in the background, and then as the gate to...
What does it sound like, Nicole?
Dustin.
That's a secret.
Not anymore. It's not.
I seem to remember when Matt ran this game and he said any auditory spells I would have to make the sounds for.
I don't remember this.
I did not become prepared with a song.
That's okay, I think. As the chanting kind of hits its crescendo, the candles in the room start guttering, and
Yezi is chill as shit.
you're like, I've seen this before.
This is just Tuesday, guys. Just Tuesday.
Saksa, it also doesn't seem to bother her. The other 2 of you, like, you feel that, like, the temperature in the room drop by like 2-3 degrees, like just enough for it to be like, did it just get cold in here? And for Colin, you get the distinct feeling that you have felt this before.
Okay.
Out when you were speaking with Yezi.
Yeah, I remember it got cold for a second out there. Yeah.
Yeah. This
Right
feels
after Gwynam came to town, that jerk.
exactly. It feels exactly the same way. And then like all around you, there's the bones and corpses, of the people awaiting their final rites, and you see all of the skulls just all turn, and like all of them are now looking like in the direction of the room that Feon is in.
Yes.
Inside, Feona, you the candles like go low, and then the flames turn into they just turn blue. And you hear a disembodied voice say, "I am Torvald. Why have you called me here?" Voice.
I'll give Torvald a quick rundown of everything that's happened. The destruction of the barrows. We're trying to save this girl from execution. And we need his help to create a distraction.
He says, your name is known to us among the dead. I will do as you ask, but I demand a task be performed in my name.
Okay.
If you want, you can. You're welcome to bargain with him. He says, when I died, no stone was laid for me. I died in battle on the field of honor, and that's where my bones lay. You will not be able to find my remains, but I demand a memorial. Do this for me, and I will perform your task.
Okay, just a second. That doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world to do, as long as I don't have to go gather up his bones.
No.
It sounds like something that you would be.
I should be.
To do,
Yeah,
your character.
Yeah, duh. Of course.
Yeah.
Dude, why didn't you ask me earlier? I would have done it.
So mechanically, the way that tribute works is it basically makes you need to make a resources test when you at the agreed upon time. You can bargain with it if you want to try and get it to perform the task before you pay the tribute.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
That is something we should do.
Okay. So that'll cost you that one extra success.
Okay.
But you are welcome to bargain with it.
I'll happily pay your tribute, but I need you to perform the task before I'm able to complete the tribute.
It seems annoyed. Let me see. Bargaining is its special skill, I believe.
Oh boy.
Do you have bargaining?
Yes, I do.
If she's not trying to lower the price, I don't think she actually has to bargain, does she?
Because I'm really not. I just want you to do it earlier rather than later.
You succeeded. Yeah. It says, this is acceptable to me.
Awesome.
If it's acceptable to you, then we shall have a pact. I will perform your service tonight. Let's see when would be appropriate. I will. You will pay my tribute. We'll say before the half moon, which is like a week away.
And what was the final price?
It's
I have
gonna
to
be an
Memorial.
Ob 3. Yeah, it's building a memorial. It'll wind up being an Ob 3 resources test.
Does it have to be where he died?
No, it
Oh.
just has to be in his name.
So I can build it in my little
It
temple
can
here.
literally be like if it's exquisite enough, just like a plaque on the wall, right? Like
Yeah.
Torvald died in battle, he was a hero,
hmm
kind of thing.
Remember his name.
Yep. Yeah. and
Did we agree upon a time to sneak her out?
just after dark.
I think he's smart. I mean, he's tied to the task now, so I don't think it'd be very hard for him to. You don't have to be like at 7:03 p.m. He'll just kind of know when it's happening, and he's a spirit.
I was just curious if I'd be like, 1 second, Torvald, let me go ask and like pop out of the room.
Hey guys, what time are we going?
I like how she's run all of this by us.
No, I think that it's totally. I'm sure you guys have like the basis of a plan. Like, there's no point in like bitching about like when exactly you're going.
Fine details.
The spirit will sort of be on call when you give the command.
It'll be happening as soon as you get done with your shit.
Exactly. As soon as you guys are ready to go, it's ready to go. But yeah, the Torvald is if
He's a go mode.
Yep. The pact is made and we are bound. I will await your commands. And then the chill leaves the air. The candles spring back to their normal warm orange glow.
Do the head spin?
All of the skulls like in the room kind of, because their bottoms are uneven, like as they shift and the spirits leave, like they just kind of roll over. They don't like fall off of everything and shatter on the ground.
They just settle back.
Yeah, they're just like
wherever.
Like whatever force was animating them is now gone.
Yeah, Yezi hops up and she's like, "All right, we should be able to go soon." As opposed to nothing.
Colin looks at Yezi and goes, "What happened? I felt that before."
I thought you were a priest.
I am a priest.
Do you not conduct similar ceremonies?
Similar to what? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what just happened.
Can I like walk out at this point?
Oh,
Be
yeah.
like, what just happened?
Absolutely.
Yezi's just kind of confused. She's like, what are you?
This is like everyday thing. Duh. Do your spirits not protect you? What does your god do, anyways?
I mean, don't sacrifice too much if this is all you get back.
doesn't make
This
things
is a
that
poor
cold, I
return.
guess.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I walk out. Okay.
All right. If there's nothing that anybody needs to do in between,
I feel like I'm oblivious to what happened with the whole ghost thing.
Like,
you're just like, what the
it's
fuck?
trolling.
Like, I don't
All
even
right.
have the skill of perception, so I was just like, it's cold in here.
So before we leave the barrow, Colin will say, even though we are all in agreement that she is safer outside of the town with the rebels, there are people who would not agree.
And I stop you right there and say, rebels?
He doesn't know rebels. He doesn't say rebels.
No.
Whatever he says is getting out of town to the people that can keep her safe. Shit, I don't even know that. We're going to people. I just know we're getting out of town, don't I? Okay.
Yeah, we're
So I
just
said,
leaving
getting
her
her
in
out-
the woods.
Getting her out of town. It's even though even the guard captain agrees with it, it's not going to make people happy. We need to do this as unobtrusively as possible.
Agreed.
So we'll keep an eye on that.
The end, Father.
No, I mean there are some. I've been in this town long enough to know there are some back streets and other ways that are not as heavily populated, or at this time of night more shadowed that we can take.
Are you?
You're keen on the secrets of our city? By all means, Father, lead the way.
Of course.
I'm keen on the safety of obscurity when needed.
So are you like trying to lead people like sneakily through the town?
Yeah.
Wait, we have to go through the town to do it?
We're in the town. We got to get out of the. We got to bring her
I
out
thought
of the
we were
town.
in the outskirts of town where the temple was.
No.
The temple's inside the wall with everything else.
Yeah. So there's like this is why I need to actually draw a map. So
That would be helpful.
yeah, I will have that for next session. But so like kind of in the center, raised up on a hill, is the actual Steinborg. It's a wood and stone like keep, and then kind of the manor has expanded around that.
Okay.
Like somebody built a fort, and then that fort has slowly expanded to become like a livable seat of power. And then that's what the sort of wooden palisade wall is built around. And then that's kind of in the not exact middle of town, but everything else, the rest of the town has sprung up around that. Like, you know, you come out the gate and down the hill, and then that's where like all of the houses, the town square, the sort of standing stones where public rituals are held, which doubles kind of as the market square. It's not a huge, like, it's not a bustling metropolis. It's you know, a good sized village. And it's also not like the only village in the region. Like, this is just kind of the biggest one. There's smaller like settlements and hamlets out kind of farther away, but it's not like in the Empire where there's like nice roads that go to all of the cities and everything, and you know, wine country in between. It's, you know, like this town and then woods and trails, like wagon rutted roads that lead to the other settlements. This is pretty much out in the as far as somebody from the Empire or from the Imperium would be concerned, like this is the goddamn sticks. You know,
Gotcha.
for the Varta, you know, this is just where you live.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Yezi.
Yes.
Do you have any more Imperial style clothing that might fit Saxa so she doesn't stand out quite as much?
We can dig through the temple.
Is it too meta to just say, like, I brought a cloak for her?
No, I think that's fine. Like,
I think that'd be
Yeah.
a mom thing.
I'm like, funny you should mention it. Like,
Cool.
like,
Great
I
minds
have
think
the
alike.
clothes. Yeah.
So yeah, I'll start leading them through, taking less traveled routes, like stopping every now and then like not quite doubling back, but like going around a different street and coming back, and then when we get there, they realize it just took us around a patrol that had been walking that way. So I was, you know, and you know, walking through some areas with people, but nonchalantly, and you know, just looking like you belong, and then getting to shadowed streets as soon as you can again. And
I can help him with that.
nice. Well, first of all, so what's your intent? Is it just to not like to get like
to get out of town unnoticed.
unnoticed? Okay. This sounds like inconspicuous to me.
Cool with that.
I can help, but
I
I
can
also
also
hinder
help.
because I have market privilege.
I can help and hinder as well. I wear a giant suit of chain armor.
Maybe you should stay here and not come with us.
Maybe you need to spend another night in jail.
Yeah, I think traveling with Yezi like is going to make things harder. But it also like affords some help, right? Like she knows.
So
her
I'm gonna.
Like
area.
really, I just want to go get my horse and make you all follow me. Like
I will look at Yezi and at Aldwin, and I'll say I will not. I'm not going to choose for you, but I will tell you, with two high-profile people like yourself, it will be harder. If you want to meet us at the edge of town, that might be better.
You want me to leave young Saxa in your hands?
I'm not leaving the girl.
No offense, father, but she's my subject, and I will be escorting her through town. Really, I don't need any of you, except Fiona here. So I really.
I'm just saying that you will
I
draw more
side-eye
attention than
you.
not.
What was that,
because
Pat?
of your
You'll also
because of
get
your station. I said you'll draw more notice, but
you'll also get a bonus die from we'll just treat that summoning as a link test.
cool.
I can also, I know the position, as I go with him, I know the position of all the guard patrols.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you did create them.
I'm kind of assuming as well. I mean, I would hope I did.
What's my inconspicuous ob?
Let's see. Inconspicuous is tested and versus tested against observation. There aren't really that many people observing you. We'll say.
And are they real guards with observation, or soldiers who are pretending to be guards?
No, these are soldiers, right? Like there's a handful of scouts that have observation, but yeah, scouts are much more useful, like kind of out making sure like no bullshit is coming towards town than keeping peace in town.
Actually scouting.
Yeah. So they're gonna have double ob against you. We'll say average perception is 3. Sounds about right.
So I have. Let me do this here. I have an intimidation or I might have hit the wrong button. Hang on. I have an inconspicuous of 2. However, I am using my streetwise. I know what streets are busier than others, and I have darkened street -wise, so I know which streets are darker to hide through. So I've got 2 modifiers there.
Okay. You get a +1 from Fiona's spirit.
From Torvald.
Yep, from Torvald.
Does she mention Torvald to anyone else, or does she just walk out and say, "We're cool now"?
I don't.
I assume Yezi knows kind of what I did.
Yeah.
As did Saxa, so.
Okay.
Yeah, like,
You can have a town wise from me.
Town-wise, okay. Anyone else helping?
Yeah, I know the patrol routes.
Okay, what skill is that?
Well, it doesn't need a skill.
yes, if you're giving dice and help, then you need to use a skill because you'll get advancement for it too. So like soldier-wise, appropriate.
Command?
Command, if you were specifically commanding Tactics, dudes
maybe.
on the way, maybe. This is really about like knowing where to be and where not to be.
So tactics.
Nah, not really
What's
tactics, because you're not ordering people around a battlefield, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, no. I'm ordering people around an area in a strategic manner.
But that doesn't pertain to your knowledge of where the guards are, like right now.
Yeah, like unless you're going to be like, oh no, we're changing the guard routes to put them somewhere else, because that's a very different situation.
Yeah, I gotcha. I do.
However, Shaun, could I lobby for his knowledge of the patrol routes, even without a skill, plus me changing into my civvies and her giving something to cover up Saxa, all that to an advantage die?
I think. Well, if he helps with soldier wise, like that's
I can help with soldier wise.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got a shit ton of advantages right now.
I've got 7 dice. I don't think I need to spend any arts.
Yeah, and they've got double ob penalty against you. So, but you do have a +1 ob for traveling with because you have to deal with Yezi being recognizable.
Do you want to roll them first then to
Yes.
set the ob?
Yep.
Just put a bag over her head.
2 successes.
Ob 3 then, or ob 1 then, or 2 then.
Yeah, it's ob 2. If you fail, I mean this is pretty obvious. If you fail, then you're gonna get spotted on your way out of town.
And all hell's gonna break loose.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wow!
Wow.
Jesus!
That was close.
That was close.
Wow.
It's a
So
good
do
thing
we
that you
have
had
to
1
beat
6
it?
in there.
In there. Good God.
No, I already upped
Oh.
the ob. Yeah, it was ob 1 for their observation, and then beginner's luck, and then +1 for you being such a high target.
That's right. So everybody gets
No, I meant more. Do we have to beat his success?
No, they just set the ob.
Okay.
So it's ob 2.
Yeah, I just. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was a straight versus and
No.
ties got weird.
Whew. Matt.
What kind of distraction would a poltergeist set? Does he just like go and start knocking shit over? Does he go light a barn on fire?
I don't want any like serious damage.
Please no.
Yeah, but that's not up. It's Torvald. Would Torvald set a barn on fire, Nicole?
Torvald's
Because
a nice
since we
guy.
got so close, I imagine like Torvald's assistance is vital. Like the patrol's almost about to see us, and then something he does draws them away. It's like I like to imagine.
I just imagine that he's throwing anything that isn't pinned down around. Not like serious damage, but like buckets are flying around.
Children,
Oh.
adults.
Children and old people flying around.
Well,
No.
you said anything that's not no bolted down.
Yeah,
But I
like
imagine like the people, like the natives of the town are like, huh. And the newcomers are like, what the hell is happening here?
witchcraft, sorcery.
Yeah, like all our people just sit back and they're like, I wonder what
Oh,
the
someone
sun
pissed an
thinks of
ancestor
this.
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like drinking and just watching the newcomers. They don't even care what the spirit does. They're like, well, whatever. We've seen that, but this is new.
Yeah.
There's
Some old guys on his porch like, God damn it.
is
That's again.
So is there like any kind of traditions about like people will beseech the ancestors to get revenge for slights? Like
I imagine that they think that the ancestors pissed off because the guy destroyed the barrow. So they're like, well, we were kind of expecting this, honestly.
oh,
Oh my
nice.
god, I would love for that to be the rumor. How do we make that the rumor?
Rumor wise,
Yeah, that's what rumor wise is for.
Why
But
don't I have rumor wise? Who has
That's
rumor
time to
wise?
open it.
yeah, that's you'll have to open it when
When
you have
we
some
get
time.
back, I'll try and open
That sounds.
rumor-wise.
I was gonna say that sounds totally worth opening.
Couldn't go wrong.
So yeah, like as you guys are, your
Like
route
maybe
kind
like
of has
the
to
natives
take
are
you-
like looking at the newcomers like, you did this. Like, this is you.
See, this is the shit we've been talking about.
Yeah, like so your route kind of takes you within like a couple like an intersection's worth. It's not like a dense town, right? There's not like alleyways to sneak through. Everything's pretty wide and spaced out. So you have to make it across this like wide thoroughfare, and kind of it's near the center of town where the people have sort of gathered to discuss amongst themselves what's going to happen when
Buckets go flying.
yeah, when the murderess gets called to justice. And like as you guys are going past, that's when Torvald does his stuff. There's like semi-permanent stalls out here because it doubles as a market, and anything that isn't nailed down, just like out of nowhere, just it just starts going and pelting all of these people. And you,
Is it the newcomers? Because I'm guessing the newcomers killed him. Like if he died on the field of honor.
He's an old spirit. That's why it's been so long that he's like, you won't find my bones, but nobody remembers me.
Okay, I was hoping he just had a grudge.
Yeah, like he was like, that guy!
Yeah, but like
Like,
they
he
don't
knows,
know,
like, he
right?
hurts.
Like they're just like nothing, and then all of a sudden like fucking shit's flying at them, and you can hear them like screaming and wailing, but it provides enough distraction for the four of you, or I guess the five of you.
Do I see shit flying around?
Oh yeah, it's not invisible. This doesn't just affect believers. Like it was the same with the skulls and the lights, or the candles turning blue.
This
I
wasn't
just-
an accident.
I just kind of wide-eyed, just kind of like look between the things flying around and back at Yezi.
Yeah,
Or not Yezi, but Fiona, like, what the fuck?
yeah. You see, like there's kind of a big sort of fire, like a brazier set just to provide light around the region, and it turns blue as all of this happens.
And I'll just remark to Dustin with Aldwin, we are protected tonight. And I'll just like keep going.
Are Yezi and Colin totes cool with this? Like, do they look
Colin's
calm?
wide-eyed, but he's focused on the task, you know? And
Okay,
he might
I
be
wanna
uttering,
make
he might
sure
be uttering
my character want to make sure he's not losing his fucking mind.
Colin, I think, is wide-eyed and rapid-fire under his breath, muttering like doctrine, you know,
The
like
power of Christ
various-
tells you the power of Christ.
yeah, basically, like the virtues
Yeah,
will come to no harm.
Yezi like has an arm around Saksa, and they see it and kind of like nod and just keep going, and like that's
yeah,
about what
well,
we
'cause
were
you guys know
expecting.
what's up.
That's right.
The
Yeah.
summoner isn't phased, so you're like, is it cool? Okay, we're cool. Yep.
Everything's working as planned. Excellent. Yeah, you. I think. Sorry, Aldwin and Colin. You guys. Oh, you guys get to log OB5 steel tests.
Sweet.
Witnessing or being a party to spirit activity.
Mild spirit activity.
He's cool. He's with me.
An OB5, you said?
Yeah, you just get
that's
to
a-
log it.
So that's a difficult for a B5, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so. No offense, those of you who don't have that, but yeah, that isn't difficult, by the way. You
Do
guys
I
are all
have
used
to
to it by now.
roll it?
The locals.
No, you don't have to roll it, Dustin.
Nope.
You just log the OB5 test.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I had to like resist losing my mind and running
Nope.
away.
No, there's no conflict there. It's not like being injured or surprised or anything
Okay,
like
okay.
that. It's just like, holy shit, what's going on? And you just get to log it for advancement.
Yep, that's a thing that's happening now.
Yeah, I guess that's real shit. So presently, you guys have made your way under Colin's leadership. Strange talents for a priest to
I have a really weird flock.
to the designated meeting spot, just outside of the town proper. You manage to slip in through the thick underbrush and travel a little ways away. It's nighttime proper now. It's probably not actually that late, but the region of Gostvik is kind of nestled in this valley, so the sun like dips behind the mountains before, yeah, early enough. It always feels like it's later than it is.
When we get to the edge of the town, Shaun,
Yeah.
Colin feels like he did his part, and what's happening next isn't really his business. So he's gonna turn and walk back into the city, or the town. Once he did his part and got him out of town, he's gonna go back in.
Yezi grabs you as you go to leave, and she's like, "You did an excellent job. Thank you for your help. I promise the girl will be safe."
And he'll melt back into the town shadows, something.
I nod at him as he walks away.
and there, I don't.
That's all you'll get from me.
You are free to make it back to wherever you want to go, Matt.
Yeah, you can go back to church and go to bed probably.
Yeah, that success rides with no problem. You're.
I like that. Like, you have held it together, and then you get like, you're like, "I've done my part. I'm gonna go," and you like walk back into the city gates, and you're like, "Holy shit! There was just stuff flying through the air."
Yeah, basically, when he goes back to his church, he goes well around the marketplace. Like, even if it's done now, he's like, "I don't want to deal with that right now. I'm gonna go
right
to the church."
I don't want to be a priest anymore. Shit is scary.
So for the rest of you, you've made your way to the meeting place that you'd agreed to meet the rebels at. It's a small clearing next to one of the many streams that kind of runs through here. You arrive before they do, so there's a brief amount of time where the four of you are sitting there waiting in the dark.
Yeah, I want to talk to like, just sitting there, not leave or anything. I want to talk to I can't remember Dustin's character's name.
Aldwin.
Who are Aldwin? Yeah, I want to talk to Aldwin.
Okay.
Unless you had something else, Shaun.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, like, we all just kind of sit down there, and Yezi's like, I haven't said it, but I really appreciate you coming along with me on this. We've made the right moral decision here.
Well, you're probably one of the most trustworthy members of the town, and the most level-headed that I
appreciate those words. Before we meet with my contacts, though, I need your assurance that there's not going to be any trouble with them.
Why would there be?
I don't know. Because your brother's in power, and I have to protect the people helping me as well.
My interest is protecting the town. And
then the town will be safe.
Saxa.
I just am asking that you respect the people that I have enlisted to help us get her safely back to a safe place with her family.
There will be no problem.
Thank you. And scene.
Hold on,
sorry, go ahead.
Not yet. In fact, I was wondering if I could get a favor from you.
Well, I won't agree out of hand, but I'm willing to entertain it.
I need a letter sent to Metiana about my brother's quote-unquote position, and that he is incapable of handling this on his own and may need support from Metiana itself. And I want it to be very obvious that that they know he sees himself as a Dominus, and I need this letter to get there discreetly.
Yezi poker faces you to hide like her elation at this, and she's like, "Yeah, that would be, I have attended all my schooling. I'm known for my convincing letters. I would be more than happy to write a letter."
Yeah, I could totes do that. No, that would be no problem.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's something that you don't want your brother to know about.
Absolutely not. I don't
Okay,
want
not a
anybody to
problem.
know about before it gets to Mantiana.
We'll arrange for that. But of course, I'd be more than happy to.
So presently you hear a rustling in the underbrush.
Hand on
Saksa
sword.
kind of ducks back behind Aldwin.
I stand up, put my hand on my sword. I don't draw it.
And then out of the brush comes a tall figure. It's hard to see any features underneath the cloak, but from the style you can tell that it's that this is a Varta person. But between the dress and just like the height, because they're all taller than you guys.
I looked to Yezi for confirmation that it's fine.
Yeah, and like the figure stops as they come into the clearing, and they're like, Lady Borison.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
listen.
and I like pull Saksa forward and pull her hood off, and I'm like, here's the child.
The figure pulls its hood back, and it's a young man, maybe 18, 19. Looks like he's probably from the same culture, but maybe not from the same town. Somebody that's kind of come in from outside. And he's like, I didn't realize we'd be expecting so many.
I know, I apologize. It took extra effort to get her safely out of the city.
Understandable. Nico is waiting for us. And he kind of looks. I'm going to apologize now, but we're going to have to move slowly. We've spotted some of their patrols, and he kind of like gestures with his chin towards Aldwin.
Oh, did he say he was going to take all of us to the rebel camp? Because I don't want that.
Oh, I assume we were passing her off.
Yeah, like that was my assumption, and I'm like, no, they'll be staying. They'll be heading back into the city. I, however, need to go with you. I need to speak to your. And I kind of like look at Alden. I'm like, your boss.
And he's like, good. It'll be easier with just the three of us.
Yeah, Aldwin, thank you very much. I hope none of this comes back to fall on your head when your brother realizes she's left the city. Fiona, are you okay to get back to town?
Oh, yeah.
She's fine. She's got a poultrygeist guarding her.
Poltergeist. Flying chickens all over the place.
Yeah, so basically Yezi is like trying to dismiss you both. She's like, I'm gonna go with them, you guys are gonna go, it's fine. Everything's good.
I got it.
And I'll give like Saksa like a traditional goodbye and be like, remember Torvald, and I'll just kind of and off I go.
And I will nod and leave.
Good enough.
I'm out. Sure. So yeah, the once Fiona and Aldwin are gone, the the rebel goes. I've hidden horses a short way away. Again, we'll have to go slow, but the 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 interloper patrols have nearly caught us several times.
Understood. Saksa, do you know how to ride?
She's like I can ride well enough.
Good. Let's get going. I need to be back before the sun comes up.
And the rebel kind of looks over his shoulder and shrugs, and he's like, "We'll do our best."
That's all I can ask.
It's a ways, and he leads you to where the horses are. The three of you mount up and kind of make your way through the woods to the camp. It's like 2-3 hours slow riding, with frequent stops as he's like, stop checks to make sure everything's okay, and then about 3 hours later, you see the faint glow of a campfire, kind of in the distance. You're not even sure exactly which direction that you've gone by the time that he's there. He's kind of led you, backtracked and led you around in the dark until like it's just kind of confusing as to where exactly that you are. What are the rest of you guys doing, like, back in town? Do you have anything that you wanted to do immediately, or?
I want to. I should
Please
probably
go.
address the. I should have probably addressed the town as to my decision with the prisoner.
I would wait till Yezi gets back. And
Yeah, no, that's probably a good idea. Actually,
Why would you want to do that?
No, do it when I'm not there. I want to see I don't want the town riot to be my fault. Not my fault. I wasn't even there.
And I'm curious if there's any town people left in the town center right now.
No, they've all left and they've
That's
congregated elsewhere.
Well.
They've congregated in one of like the public houses.
Okay, then I will probably just go back to my guard post. Or
You could go tell your brother that the girl's gone. That should be fun.
oh yeah, I should probably involve him. Yeah, let's go do that.
Knock on the door late at night. Hey, by the way, yeah, what do you do?
I do exactly that. I knock on his door.
Sweet. Yeah, so you knock on the door. You hear some shuffling and rustling behind the door before it's opened by a servant. And who shuffles forward and sleepily kind of, because it's starting to get late at this point.
Yeah.
Kind of looks, and it takes a second for them to recognize you, and then they do, and they're like, my lord Aldwin, what to what do we owe the pleasure?
I have a report for Dominus.
And he kind of looks back. The hour is late. Your brother sleeps. Can I wait till morning?
No.
It could, but it won't.
Like he looks at you and looks down at your sword, and then he's like, you are you know your brother better than I do, of course. I will go wake him immediately. Please, come in. Wait here. And there's kind of an antechamber to the Jarl's chambers proper. That he's taken over.
Okay.
And you know, a few moments later, your brother comes out somewhat disheveled. He probably would have put more of an effort if it hadn't been for the fact that you're family.
Yeah, it's just me.
And he's like, is there a problem, old one?
No. The young girl has been dealt with. We have taken her. We have banished her to the forest where the spirits have taken her.
He's like, it's not the decision I would have made, but it's the decision that I put in your hands.
Do you wish us to make an announcement to the town in the morning?
Of course I wish you to. That's as well, I guess, what would he call you? The constable? Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, as my constable, that is the sort of thing that's your responsibility to present to the populace. And he thinks for a second. You may want to increase patrols between this and the food issue. I imagine there will be some unhappy people.
Understood.
Order
I
must be
apologize for
kept.
the late hour, but I assumed you would like to hear as soon as a decision was made.
Well, as I said, this is something that I put in your hands. Had it been me, I would have suggested, at the least, indentured servitude. But I suppose you know these people as well as I do. What they'll be satisfied with.
How would I address him?
That's a good question. I mean,
Is it a my lord? Is it in a formal way rather than like addressing him as my brother? Would Adominus be addressed as my lord?
probably just by his title. Of course,
Okay.
he also doesn't officially have the title, so like, you know, there's
This
a
is
certain
true,
amount of
but-
bullshittery going on there.
Yeah. No, I got it.
Right.
I just kind of nod my head and I said, I'll just say Dominus. I take my leave.
Yeah, he gives you kind of a half-assed, sleepy like salute.
Like, fuck out of here.
Yeah, and then just like goes back to bed.
Okay. When you said, "Can it wait till morning?" I thought to myself, "Yeah, I probably could, but you know what? My character's stubborn. Fucking, I'm doing it now. We're doing
I'm
it live.
here. Why would I wait?
Right.
Yep.
Or make me come back?
We're doing it live."
All right. If there isn't anything else, I'm skipping to the camp.
I have nothing else. No.
Okay. So, back in the camp, this rebel, he takes the horses, and he's like, Maiko, you'll find him in the near the center of camp.
Thank you. Yeah.
Which is, it's an obvious place to
Yeah.
find them. The whole camp is kind of makeshift. It's all it's all animal skin tents, and like oiled cloth, you know, kind of built to be picked up and moved if they need to.
Yeah.
And it's built like they've nestled this site up against some old ruins. There's like a rocky outcropping, and then like you can see like old carved stones and stuff that have kind of crumbled and, you know, been crushed by, you know, ancient landslides. But it's also not the kind of place where Lurko's soldiers would come just wandering. Maiko himself is you know, sort of chatting with his compatriots, and it looks like everybody here is either like middle-aged or older, or like teenagers and younger. Like there's nobody who's in that like range of prime age.
Nobody who could have gone to war.
Yeah, except for Maiko himself. He's looks like he's maybe mid-20s. But like as you kind of come into the firelight, you're struck by the fact that he's very pretty. And by pretty, I mean like pretty in a feminine way. Like he's got really delicate features.
Mm-hmm.
And you had heard a rumor that now you can probably say is true, that that he survived by dressing in his sister's clothes and passing as a woman, because they were kind of systematically, you know, crushing the men.
It's a trap.
But as you come in, sort of.
I have him as a friend now. Have we met before?
I think so.
Like I have a relationship with him, which could all be through communication, like passing messages and stuff.
Yeah. No, I think you guys, the two of you, know each other. Probably not super close. Like you're not best buddies, I don't imagine. But I also imagine that you are sort of their contact on the inside.
Yeah.
As much as they're on the outside. So yeah, he stands and kind of walks up to you, and he's like, "My lady, I'm glad that you made it safely."
Maiko, thank you so much. And I like pull Soxa forward. I'm like, this is the child that Dominus was intent on having murdered. I can't express my gratitude to you for getting her out of this situation.
He says, of course, my lady, anything to protect our people. And he kind of turns to her, and he looks at her critically, not like a piece of meat, but like you know, kind of sizing her up, and he's like, do you know how to use a sword? And she shakes her head, but she's like, I've gone hunting with my father, though. And he says, good enough. We'll outfit you. We'll make sure that you have a place with us.
Yes, he has this moment of like, please don't send her back in there just to be killed.
And he's like, she'll he sees your look. He's like, she'll be safe, but everybody fights with us. Everybody has to know how.
Yeah, I put my other hand on top of like Saxa's hand, and I'm like, "Are you going to be okay and comfortable here?"
She says, "If nothing else, I'm at least among our own people. I feel safer here than I did with all of those barbarians around us.
I don't blame you. And I'm sorry that this is the best that I can do, but these are our friends, and they're who we have. Now, Maiko, if you have somebody to get her settled somewhere, I have a very delicate matter to discuss with you.
He says, of course, and kind of gestures for one of the other soldiers. It's another young woman. Kind of takes her by the hand and is like, "Come, I'll show you. We have extra tents. I'll help you get set up. Do you and like they're making small talk as they leave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you have any clothes or anything?" And then their voices kind of fade as they leave the firelight.
You picked a great site. My priestess would be most intrigued.
He says, "Well, we." He looks at it and he says, "Some of their soldiers are afraid of our sacred sites. None of the speakers have come and touched this place for I don't know how long. I haven't felt any of the spirits here. Wynnum's been out here a few times to give blessings, but."
If it wasn't blasphemous, I would suggest constructing as many sites as we could, everywhere they like to patrol.
He says, someday, my lady, someday,
Yeah.
that our home will be ours again. We'll drive them out."
Anyway, down to business. As I'm sure you know, although my husband and my son died honorably, I have 2 more children in my home. And as much as I oppose Dominus and his settlers, as he calls them, I am powerless to oppose them without risking the lives of my last 2 family members. Now, I have family back in the hometown of wherever the fuck I'm from, the Tabesian Confederacy. And I need to get them back to my people.
He says, that's quite a journey, but how can we help you?"
I am not free to move outside the city. This was an exception. Luckily, the captain of the guard agreed with me about Soxa's position and helped us leave the city, but you're the only person with the means and the ability to get people in and out of town.
He says,
And
I don't know how much you think that we can help, my lady. And he kind of looks around and he's like, this is what we have. We're so far able to hunt to sustain ourselves, but we don't have much in the way of resources.
And I understand that, but I think you would be ignorant to think that I was sent out here for no reason. And I understand that times are hard and things are slim right now. If I can get my children and word back to my people, we might have another hope. We might get help from them. As it is right now, all the rebel factions are just waiting to be squashed by the guards. We don't have the resources. We don't have the manpower. We don't stand a chance against them. We can cause little annoyances, but it's just nothing more than thorns in their feet to them.
And he's like, this is you I want to help you, but I don't know if I can. And like as he's talking, you hear shouts coming, and somebody calling for a healer, and like the whole camp like looks up. People are grabbing weapons, and two of these rebels, they're kind of, you know, they're dressed in cloaks. One of them is like half carrying, half dragging the other one, and they kind of get them into the firelight, as everybody kind of steps back to make room, and in the fire you can see that like the one that was being carried, like he's just got these gashes down the side of his face, and like they start like getting his cloak and stuff off, and like the, you know, it's just peeling sticky away, you know, and yeah, they call, you know, they're calling for a healer. A woman comes over. You kind of recognize her as an herbalist. Like, you've just kind of seen her in town before, not like a actual doctor or anything that starts working on her. And Maiko looks at you, and he's like, get it, everybody light the torches, you know, ring, you know, make a perimeter around the camp. And he kind of looks over at you and is like, we'll have to continue this conversation in the morning, my lady. It's suddenly gotten too dangerous out here.
Oh shit, no, I have to be back in town in the morning. I cannot.
And he's like, I can't in good conscience let you do that. There's something, there are things out there. We've avoided them so far, but every once in a while, and he kind of gestures to where they're frantically, like, you know, putting like bandages and whatnot on this dude, and he's like, it's too dangerous to let you go. Armed men get mauled.
Yeah, and there's no way I can find my way back to town. Shit. Yeah, she almost loses it for a second, and then she's like, okay, well, I know some field dressing, so I'll just go make myself useful and pray for my children, I guess.
Go assist.
Yeah.
Assist them. Awesome. So yeah, he's.
What the fuck else I can do? I can't go anywhere.
Yeah. I'll send somebody for extra bandages, and then we'll let me figure out what the ob for this is, and then we'll bounce to somebody else. It's also getting late, so we'll probably call it here pretty quick. Let's see. These are some pretty nasty wounds this dude has, but not the worst that you've seen. It's an Ob 3 field dressing test, to get him patched up. But if you fail, then
do I have to make it? Because I just want to assist her. I mean, because I can try it.
No, you can help her instead, if that's what you'd like. We'll just count it as practice.
Well, what happens if I fail?
No, there's
dies.
there's no test if you're
No, like if I do roll it, what happens if I fail?
he would just start bleeding. Like it would be worse. Right now he's got a severe wound, and it would bleed up to traumatic. But like I guess there's no real like conflict here. You may as well just log it as practice, and you guys could you'll between the two of you get him patched up. There's no point.
Do you log the test? What
No,
do you mean log it
just,
as practice?
you just mark it as practice. We'll say like.
How do you mark it as practice? I don't understand.
It counts as practice time. Is there not a practice log? There is a practice log.
I see the practice log, but that doesn't make any sense to me. That is a new thing that we have never done except in downtime. Is what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that I don't know what you're talking about.
It's just like downtime, only we just kind of take it as given. So this is a you just mark it as like an hour of practice. It would go towards a routine.
Okay. Then I help patch him up.
For that.
And pray for my kids.
And pray for your kids.
The sun comes up and Yezi isn't back.
Yezi's gone. The prisoner's gone.
I can't tell if you guys actually want to wrap it up or not.
I'm okay to keep going, but if other people are getting tired, I understand.
Oh, I'm fine actually. I'm good. I'm just petting the cat.
The beagle's sneezing. I'm sorry,
gonna
that's not
say.
me.
Noise! Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, that's the beagle has allergies.
Poor puppy.
Yeah. Poor us. We have a beagle.
So,
So,
You have part of
yeah.
a beagle.
so meanwhile,
What?
back.
You have part of a beagle. I mean, there's other parts in there too, but part of her is beagle. So
I think the whole horrible package is the beagle. He's like a tauntaun. Like it smells bad on the outside and the inside.
They do pretty much.
I don't want to
It's
know
just
why you know
awful.
what a beagle smells like on the inside.
Because
Well,
I'm
what
weird,
farts,
the damn
Dustin?
thing.
when the inside comes out, then you.
Whatever comes out of any orifice on that dog smells atrocious. It's just all there is to it. I'm glad nobody's watching the stream but us.
Right.
That's kind of late.
Hear about the beagle farts.
Beagle farts. So
Cool, so the sun comes up and I'm not back.
yeah. The rest of the night passes. In the morning, in the church, Chadwick comes like pretty much at first light. Opens the door and light floods in into the church. And he's like, Father,
Yeah.
Father, are you here? He says, I'm sorry to wake you, Father, but there's I've heard the guard saying something about an announcement today.
Oh yeah. Yezi wanted us to meet her and say something to her people
He's
and
like,
our people, all the people.
Mostly our people.
mostly your people. And
Oh, I'm under the impression there's two different announcements.
Oh, that's right. Yezi has to announce
Yeah,
the
because I was
food
going to have
shortage.
like a town meeting later
That's
today.
right. I forgot about the.
But I sent a servant to like go set up.
right.
Hopefully you'll be back in time and dead tired.
Yeah, that's a,
I'll look great.
that's a good question. Like did you wait until it was light out, or did you wait until everybody went to sleep and sneak back into town?
I don't know where we are. I have no skills.
There's tests you could make. Beginner's luck is a thing.
No, she waits because I didn't finish my discussion with Maiko.
Okay. No, that's fine.
Like, that's more important. I figured I had a few hours after sunup to get there anyway.
Sure. Yeah, totally. So yeah, like everybody's kind of gathering for the pronouncement of justice. They won't, like, they don't want to go to the town square because it's haunted. And the Varta, of course, all like snicker at these heathens, these ignorant people that
Because they obviously caused it.
yeah because they know that hauntings aren't that. Hauntings are places where the spirits still linger, not where they've come for some purpose.
They put on a juggling act.
Right. So they've all gathered at a crossroads, a fairly wide crossroads, a little ways away, and Aldwin, you've showed up with like a group of dudes. Did you bring extra guys, or are you like?
I would like to.
Yeah. Bring out with a show of force.
Yeah, let's go with the show of force.
Nothing says peaceful gathering like police in riot gear, right?
Yep.
America.
Fuck yeah! Come again,
So as you approach, and I imagine that sort of Chadwick has dragged you along with him.
Who's Chadwick again?
He's the Varta kid who is converted to.
Who's made a lot of bad choices in life.
He's made a lot of poor decisions.
He has seen the light of the path of virtue
That's
and
right.
has
What is it that your god does for you again? Oh, nothing. That's right.
Yeah, when was the last time your god threw a bunch of shit through the town square?
Shut up, Aldwin. He's your god too.
I'm not a religious fella.
You have to go to my church. I think your brother makes you go to my church.
That was one of your goals, was to get me to go to your church. That has never come up. I am not a churchgoer. You do not get to default me to your church.
So yeah.
I want to get a real deep voice and tell Aldwin to serve God. So,
And
Shut up, your ass.
flash forward to the father being in jail again.
God leaked. Yeah. So as Aldwin, as you kind of get there on the scene with your contingent of armed peacekeepers, everybody sort of quiets down. But you, like, right away you get the sense of people are quieting down for different reasons. The immigrants, the citizens of the Imperium have quieted down to hear the pronouncement of justice. The Varta have come to hear how you're going to oppress them next.
And has Yezi arrived?
No.
No, there's no Yeti.
Well, I am mildly concerned.
It's fine. You send her off on strangers through the woods that evil things live in. I'm
hey,
sure it's fine.
you told me you were good. You said trust you, so I did. And I know very little about the food rationing, right? Except just for a couple mentions.
No, I told you, but other than that, no.
I think the food rationing was going to be mentioned later in the afternoon. This is just to talk about what's happening to Saksa.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna tell my people at like a town hall meeting at the
Good. I don't
whatever rocks.
I don't want to do that. I can only handle one riot at a time.
Kinda.
Shush. Okay. So is there since it's a crossroads, is there any kind of elevated place for me to speak from?
Yeah, they've kind of wheeled out a wagon.
Okay.
And cleared it of anything. So there's a place for you to sort of stand there above the crowd.
Okay. Oh,
as you look
I
down
don't
on
I don't suppose I can stall anymore, can I? Is there any way I can stall hopefully for her to show up?
Yeah, but it won't work.
No,
She's several hours
bother
away,
that.
Dustin.
Yeah, never mind. Okay, so I'll make my way up to the top of the wagon. Now everybody's already hushed themselves.
Yeah, like they were all talking amongst themselves. They've self-segregated, right? Like the newcomers and the Varta are not standing together.
Okay.
Like down in the crowd, you can kind of see Father Colin. Are you like in the center of the crowd or like off to the side?
I thought I was going to be standing with him. Like if he wanted me to introduce him or something, I could totally do that with some like religious words first.
You don't really have like
a purpose up there.
Well, no, that's not what I'm trying to get at, because I kind of trust him, but he doesn't have a position of authority for that kind of situation. You know what I mean?
I am the moral authority in this town, good sir.
Are you the moral authority?
He's at least a moral authority, as far as anybody
Wait, am
knows,
I
he's
a
legitimate
space
priest.
moral authority or an amoral authority? I need you to specify.
That's a good question.
The answer is yes, Matt.
At worst, you could definitely be kind of like.
I would say maybe
there.
he would be next to the wagon, perhaps,
Sure.
if I needed to pull him up there. Before the riot starts.
Right. And then looking. So Colin, you kind of look across and you can see Chadwick's mother, Gisela, standing there.
Is Chadwick standing with me?
Yeah, Chadwick's standing with you. And he's what, like 14?
Yeah.
How old is he? I actually have a character sheet for him. Oh, he's 17. So he's a young man. He's like, he should theoretically be marrying age by now. But you see his mother standing across, next to her, is you can see Gwynam like leaning on his staff, just fucking giving you the stink eye.
I would give him a not ironic, polite smile, because like I almost want there to be this like naivety of like, hey, we are equals. I am a spiritual leader of these people. You are a spiritual. We're hello.
Look, I'm
professional.
blessing you. It's a
Yeah,
nice
basically.
Yeah, no, he sees your smile and like makes eye contact with you and doesn't blink or break it as he very deliberately spits on the ground.
That's an insult.
I punch him.
That sounds like a sucker punch from like across the crowd.
Do you, or do you restrain yourself?
I restrain myself because it would not go well for the child Chadwick next to me.
Yeah, Giselle is like she looks
Giselle or Gisella?
Gisella,
Gisella. Okay, right.
like sees Chadwick standing there, and you see her jaw set, and she turns her back on her child. And you see like he's standing next to you, and you see him like look away, ashamed.
I'll put like a comforting hand on his shoulder.
As she does. Yeah, and then everybody like slowly the crowd hushes down as Aldwin kind of is, you know, approaches with, you know, your men behind you, and everybody like kind of waits expectantly for you to you know, mount this wagon and address them.
Okay. Oh boy, here it goes. Riot time. What's the name of the town again, by the way, please?
Gostvik.
Gostvik. Thank you. I keep thinking Chadwick, and I'm like, no, that's the kid. Okay. So I stand up there and I say, "Citizens of Gostvik." I don't say it like that. Citizens of Gostvik. Justice has been decided on the young girl. She has been banished to the woods and taken by the spirits. Is there any reaction from the crowd?
They're
Taken by the
Mouse that
spirits.
farts.
staring at you.
The spirits that we don't believe in, Dustin.
They're
I like how you assume that the entire town is under your religion.
Well, officially, we technically are legally.
Are you?
yeah, it's like the state religion. I mean, it's not. Well, I don't know if it's like legally enforced, like you must be a member of the church, but it's kind of the only church in town as far as the Imperium goes.
And it's kind of tied into the Imperium's culture, I imagine.
Yeah, like actually believing and actually being like legit religious. Like that's one of those things. Like, you know, there's nothing they can do to control that. But as far as institutionally, you know, think less the Roman Republic and more like post Constantine.
Because I'm trying to kind of insinuate that maybe she's dead.
That maybe she's dead.
I mean, taken by the spirits. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying?
Sure. So this is this sounds like.
Please don't say falsehood.
What's your intent here? What kind of reaction are you wanting out of
My
this
intent, my reaction is, well, I mean, obviously contentment for everybody to go home and not kill each other, but a more realistic is no fights to break out.
Okay.
I don't know how to phrase that.
No, that's
compliance.
Fine. Like yeah, compliance.
You may not like it, but god dang it, you're not gonna fight each other, and you're gonna remain, or you're gonna keep order.
Yeah. No, I think this sounds it's an oratory test. It's the average will of these people is 3, but there's a +1 ob because they're angry and they've been waiting to to hear like a solid fucking judgment, and what they get is banished and the spirits taken her. So that brings it to Ob 4. If you
Oh.
fail,
Goody. Well, I'm gonna fail.
I'm so excited for this failure.
if you
You have
fail,
persona points.
they're the crowd is gonna lose their shit. Like, this is the last goddamn straw. They've been waiting forever, and this is what they get. If you succeed, then they're
You're putting a lot of pressure on me, Shaun.
me.
That's
Why
the
would I do
idea.
that in Burning Wheel? Why would I put any pressure on anybody? Yeah. If you succeed, then you can't force anybody to like it, but the matter will at least be settled, right? Like that.
Sure. Okay.
That
Can
conflict
I-
is done.
Can I not amend my speech and add a little bit to it to possibly fork in intimidation or command?
You could probably do intimidation. Most.
Okay.
I mean, you have a whole bunch
Kind
of
of like
armed
it's
soldiers
taken care
there.
of now. Go home, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to tolerate any more unrest.
And that's
about
exactly
this.
it, because I brought a show of force. I would like to use that to my advantage.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely worth an intimidation helping or fork.
Okay. Just the presence of the soldiers?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to do that, and I think I'm going to spend my 2 persona points as well.
Okay.
You only have 2, and you're spending them both.
Yes.
Spending your will to live.
Well, no, I mean, I don't want the city to burn down. So,
You've got an army of cops.
my
It's
orator.
been crappy since you got here anyway.
It's my oratory is a 2, so I need all the help I can get. Is there any way Matt's character can help me?
I'm debating if I want to at this juncture or not.
It's your call. I'm not going to force you to or beg.
Well, and not because I want to leave you out in the cold, but because if I speak up and you do fail, I'm part of the
I
problem.
understand that.
If I
understand
don't
that.
speak up, I can.
You share in the failure.
Yeah, if I don't help, I don't share in the failure, and I can do more to help
I have
people who need it.
5 dice for an ob. What was it? 3?
Ob 4.
I have 5 dice for an ob 4.
Does his vast collection of cops behind him give an advantage die?
Well, that's his justification
my
for an intimidation fork.
My intimidation fork.
Okay.
I'd give it as an advantage if it was like a whole group of dudes and he's convincing like a small group of people. But with
I would like to imagine it's kind of equal numbers at this point. Maybe
I think
I'm
the
still
townsfolk
at a
technically
disadvantage.
like they outnumber you, but
Yeah.
arms and armor go a long way.
On the plus side, maybe both sides will riot against you, and you will have brought them together.
Against a common
With the
enemy.
mutual hatred. What do you think, Matt?
I think he's gonna hold back and see if he can. If shit does go south, he can then help that way.
All right. Let's do this.
Shaun was excited about that there.
I can't imagine why. Oratory, modifier, trace. Wait.
It's-
Modifiers is 1. Artha's 2.
Yep.
Oh, my die screen went away. Hang on. Something.
You got this, Dustin. I believe in you.
Something goofed. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm. There we go. Modifiers 1, not 14.
We've got a. Last session was the session of failure. This session is the session of success.
Yeah.
Ob is 4
Yep.
and done.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Did I succeed?
You did.
Yeah.
my chat window's gone. So I
You got
was
a
pretty
4.
much looking for it, like, oh god, I'm fucking boned. Oh, I have
Yeah,
a
you
6
got-
too, so I could have, I could have faded that.
Well, you still could. I just don't know if it would help you.
Would it help me?
I mean,
Would the people be more dismissed and content?
Less
I mean,
likely
you
to
could
lose their
you could
shit?
spend it on what is it? Working carefully, patiently, carefully. No, patiently. To increase the effect, but I mean, there's not really anything to increase.
I'm not
here.
really going for anything, yeah, besides what I did.
Yeah. So I think the townspeople or the Imperium citizens, like there's that tense moment of silence before you hear a voice in the crowd, just be like, this is the Imperium's justice, and then like more voices are kind of added as people start agreeing, and nodding. Some of them grudgingly, some of them just kind of shrugging and being like, "I guess that's what it is." The majority of like the Varta that are assembled there, they look dejected and angry, but they don't act out. They kind of start dispersing, except for Gisela and Gwynnum, like stand there and they sort of shake their heads in disgust before they sort of wander off together. They look like perhaps they're not entirely convinced, but as far as the rest of the town is concerned, that situation has been put to rest.
Okay.
The guards all sort of relax as well.
I breathe a big old sigh of relief.
What's Fayana doing? Like,
I imagine that I was in the crowd during all that, just watching.
yeah, how
Dude, with some buckets,
I mean, you know that that everything turned out all right. So, like, you're there's plenty of people on your side that aren't in the know. So they're of course like fucking, of course they're just gonna kill her, no trial. They hear banished out into the woods, and they're like, the beasts out there just fucking torn that woman to shreds already.
I mean, this would be a good way to open up rumor-wise. Try to spread the word amongst your people that she's alive, and hopefully no one squeals to the other side.
That's not a rumor, though.
Yeah, no thanks. I kind of want to catch up with Gwynnum.
Yeah, he's not hard to catch up with since his leg's injured and he kind of limps.
Ouch.
Just a moonwalk next to him.
Yeah, he
Stop, cripple.
he stops as you see him, as he catches you out of the corner of his eye and turns to you, and he's like, "Speaker."
Speaker. And I'll just let him know that I do trust Yezi. And I'll just leave it at that.
Well, Yezi wasn't there, so.
Well, he came to me before and was like, oh, I don't know about her.
Oh, gotcha.
It's like, get out of my face.
Are you trying to let him know that the girl's somehow alive through that, or what?
No.
or just fuck you. I'm not gonna denounce anybody up in here.
Right.
Yeah, like he's
Like, I don't think this is the time for rash action, so just hold your horses there.
Yep, that always works out. You tell someone to hold their horses.
No, all I'm gonna say is I
Calm
trust
down,
Izzy
bro.
and her decisions, and then I'm just gonna continue on to my temple.
yeah, he shouts at your back. He's like, "Well, I see you've decided which side you stand with."
Sick burn, bro. You just got roasted.
If you were less a priest, you might have punched that man.
I was gonna say. I know what Matt's character would do in that situation.
And I'll just, unfortunately for you, you weren't there. So I guess you'll just have to figure that out on your own and just.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, I will. And he, like, you see him staring after you, like, before you turn your back on him and walk on.
Cue ominous background music.
Dramatic music stab.
Dun, dun, dun. Yezi, you're kind of woken up at first light. Your clothes are still. I'm assuming you didn't.
Oh yeah, because I wanted to be like up and ready to go.
Oh yeah, okay.
For this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, unless you had a plan. Like,
no. I was there. They were just like coming to wake you up. But if you're already up,
yeah,
and
no,
ready,
yeah, like we stayed up with the dude who'd been flayed all night, you know, and as soon as the sky started to kind of lose some of its darkness, like she goes and finds a horse and just fucking like, all right, like first light, but she needs to track down Maiko first.
He's not hard to track down. He's stayed up for you know, as long as you had. He wasn't, you know, didn't have his hands on the victim, but he was like out, kind of riding the perimeter, looking for whatever beast it was that injured him. So by the time that like the two of you meet up, like he looks as fucking wrecked as I imagine you do.
Yeah,
and
sans the blood.
I was gonna say, I'm guessing you didn't bring a change of clothes.
No,
so, like,
she's just bloody. It's fine.
Yeah, you've got some rebel on you.
Yeah,
and
it's alright.
yeah, he you know, he's kind of like just leaning in his horse's saddle. Just, and he's like, "Come, I'll escort you back."
Thank you.
The path should be safe by now.
Yeah, and on the way back, she's gonna be like, "Look, you getting my children to my people, and word of what's happened here is our best bet at success. I need you to do this for me." I know it's a huge task and it's asking a lot, but I can't help you until my kids are gone.
He says, I have no wish to see you or your children suffer. Your children were the children of our Jarl. And he says, I have no desire to do anything but help you. But you saw last night what we're dealing with out here. I can't guarantee your children's safety if I can't guarantee the safety of my own people. This isn't the first attack we've had, and I doubt it will be the last. I'd hate to see your children be the victims of it.
What do you need from me to free up the resources to get my children back to my homeland?
He says, if you can find someone to help us track this thing down, to get rid of it, whatever it is, or them, whatever they are, if you help us, well, I promise I will dedicate whatever resources we have to this. Of course, I don't expect you, my lady, to come out shooting a bow at some monster in the night. But you know, surely you have friends, loyal soldiers still. If any of them are left alive, somebody. We simply you've seen our camp. It's all old men and children.
You've got us beat. We have women and children, but I will do my best. I will see what. I don't know what resources I have, honestly, Michael, at this point, but if it gets my children, I'll do whatever it takes.
If we can make it safe, I will get your children safe to whatever contact you need me to get them to.
And then we ride off back to town.
And you ride off back to town. Yeah. So several hours later, you know, he gets you to, you know, about where you were when you met up with his man. But before he's like, I obviously can't be seen in town proper. Can you make it the rest of the way, or do you need?
Yes. No, Michael, thank you for your help. I will be in touch. Keep Saxa safe. She's going to be a symbol of our fight here.
Says, yes, I expect so. And he gives you a bow. And he says, be safe, my lady.
Cool. Yeah, she just strolls back into town. This is my town. I'm not hiding.
Just
Covered in blood.
People stare at you as you walk by, but nobody approaches because mostly probably because of the blood. Like one old lady kind of comes up to you thinking at first that maybe that's yours, and then she sees that your clothes are intact and is like, it walks off.
It doesn't faze her. Whatever.
Do you just head back to the manor, or are you heading?
Yeah, I want to try and change before we have the meeting.
Nice.
I mean, because if it'd be great symbolically to go up there bloody, but since we just made everyone think that we killed an innocent girl, probably not a good idea to show up covered in blood.
I mean, it'll make the Imperium people feel better.
I
That's
she
what I'm
sacrificed.
concerned about.
These barbarians have strange gods, but whatever, she's dead. Yeah, yep, you get back, get changed, get ready. There's, unfortunately, I mean, you could attempt to get some sleep, but there's a definite risk of
Not waking back. No, she's just gonna stay up.
just be like, power through.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, I imagine your characters are probably a little concerned about the announcement.
Oh, I didn't know that it was being made. I had no idea. Oh, you mean the one that I'm making? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
that one. So yeah, I'm gonna visit all you guys and be like, "Are we ready? This is gonna go horribly. I can't wait."
Yeah, who's going with you? Like,
I asked all of them.
oh, everybody come with me.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
imagine I probably won't show up in force.
I would love to run into to Aldwin before I get changed though. Like just as I'm like coming back and be like, "Oh, Aldwin, I was hoping to see you."
Covered in blood.
Yeah.
All right, I have no problem with that.
Yeah. She's like, "Did you speak to your brother about Saksa?"
Are you okay?
Yeah, and she's like picking a stick out of her hair. She's like, "It's fine."
Just some leaves, you know.
Yeah. Like, it was a long night, but I'm okay. Did you talk to your brother about Saksa?
Yes, we made the announcement to the town this morning.
Oh, how did that go?
Peacefully.
Good job.
I doubt they're happy with it, but they're complying.
Take any piece at this point. Are you still willing and able to come to the meeting with my people later?
Yes, I will.
Preferably without all. And she's like gesturing at like your armor and swords. Without that, don't you have like a dress formal thing?
Not a man. Not really a man for dressing up.
How? I wouldn't get you in the Jarl's clothes, would I? Like,
I'm gonna guess not.
How are you? Because yeah, she makes the offer. She's like, "Well, my late husband had a lot of finery. Being the Jarl of the town, you know, we could find you something that would work and make you less threatening to my people."
I think I'll be fine in the armor.
Okay, can we leave the sword at least? Can that just stay here?
I will stow the sword at the meeting, but I will not leave it.
Do you have any other weapons I need to be worried about? I'm like looking at your armor. I'm like,
I have a shield on my back and a sword at my side. I have no. You see no other weapons.
Okay, then I'll have to take that.
And they're not fancy. They're not fancy. They're run-of-the-mill sword, shield, and armor.
She's like, I'll take what I can get. I'll see you. And she like looks at this guy. She's like, really soon. I need to go. I'm covered in blood. I'll see you in a minute.
Yes, you
and
are.
She just like walks away. I'll stop by the bone shack.
The bone shack. Is that what we're calling it
At
now?
the bone shack. Bum, 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 bum. Oh.
It's a little old place where ghosts can get together.
Fauna, excellent work last night. That was quite useful. Anything that you need to. She's just like a little like she's been up all night. She's like whatever you need to keep your end of whatever bargain, whatever resources I have are at your disposal. Just let me know. Are you good to come to the meeting? She goes to look at the sun again, and she's like, "I'm inside." Okay.
She's a little punchy. It's been a long time.
Good. I'll meet you. What is it? The standing rocks you call them?
Yeah, the standing stones.
Okay. Yeah. She's like, I'll meet you at the standing stones soon. I'll be there as soon as I can. I just need to get more presentable. I'll see you soon. And she just like walks out. Yeah. So I'll get changed and then track down Colin, like on my way to the standing stones. And I have like the fistful of like land deeds.
Okay.
Okay.
Where are you?
Can
Can I find you? Are you hiding?
I'm hiding over. No, I'm probably on my way if it's close to the time. I'm walking.
Okay.
Probably Chad's coming with me, and I'm just like rehearsing doctrine lines at him or something like that.
Yeah, he's carrying like the big like holy book after you, like the like the prayer book,
Yeah.
looking things up as you need them. Except he doesn't read
And he's
too
a-
well.
He's a town youth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so she greets him. She's like, Chadwick, I'm glad to see you found something to occupy yourself. I know it was hard when your father and brothers went, but I'm glad you found a place.
And he's like, yes, of course, lady, your highness. And he kind of looks around and he's like, is the girl okay? Is she well? Did the spirits take her? What was?
I look at Colin. I'm like, because you know this boy better than I do.
I
I just
am
wanna put his
pretending
mind
I
at
don't know a
rest.
thing right now.
Yeah,
I'll put a hand on his shoulder and say, I said, Colin, the judgment passed down was banishment. She knows these woods. She's from here. I mean, he'll shoot some doctrine out about God protecting people and G-D protecting the people and things like monsters and spirits and
Yezi lets him like ramble on and walk ahead. She kind of slows him down a little bit. She's like, our friends in the forest will take care of him. Like, not meaning the rebels, but like the spirits and all that. Be like, she's fine. She'll keep being fine.
He's like, yes, of course. I just,
That's our secret, Chadwick.
He says, no, I was just concerned. We grew up together.
Oh, he likes her.
Yeah, and she doesn't like quite be like, no, yeah, she's like, but she's like, do you think I would let anything happen to one of the children of my village?
As you say that, like you guys are walking past one of the barrows, and he looks over at it. He says, I know you do all you could, my lady.
Like one of like the bone huts?
Like one of the burial
Or like
mounds.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be like walking by the graveyard. I wouldn't let anything bad happen to our people.
Look,
ignore that pile of bodies.
I haven't been in control. I wasn't in control until they beheaded my husband. It's fine. That wasn't my fault.
Yeah, he's not blaming you. It's just that like
No.
irony of just like you'll do what you can. I understand.
Yeah. She just wants to put his mind at ease.
Right.
I know there's a lot of bullshit. But Father Colin, are you still amenable to letting people garden on the church land and share
Absolutely.
meals there?
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
If you can help me convince the Dominus to put in some of his food shares as well, not much, but enough that we could make that and the garden and whatever maybe hunters bring in work, then it would be more than enough, I think, to help the poor of the town.
She laughs a little before she catches herself, and she's like, I'll do the best I can with the Dominus.
Didn't he?
I can come with you when you talk to him.
What's that, Dustin?
Sorry. Did you guys get land from the Dominus? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
sorry.
got land from him.
Sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, and that's like when she's laughing, she's like clutching these papers, and she's like, I'll do what I can. I might have ran out of favors. Like, whatever. So yeah, we all converge, unless anything else, Shaun.
Nope. No.
She's much more presentable when you guys get there, though. Like, there's still just like she'll
Really?
like find a spot to brush it off. And, like, shit,
No
I missed
sticks
that.
or blood?
Well, if you looked close, maybe, but we're doing what we can.
While we're walking, I'll say, would you like me to say a few words read from the book to the people to kind of set the tone and maybe put them in the right frame of mind for what you have to say?
Father Colin, I appreciate what you're doing here, and I appreciate your position and the power the Dominus has given you, and I think that is a very bad idea, given what I have to announce to these people. I don't think any words of wisdom from anyone they view as an interloper, other than an offer of a hand, is going to be taken with kindness. So I would like you to speak, but I would like you to speak about your church plot and your ideas for communal meals. But I think presenting your religion, however kind and thoughtful it may be, this is not the opportunity.
Okay. And he wasn't like, he's like, I didn't mean to try to infringe, and he's like, I just thought perhaps, but I understand.
And at a later date, I'm sure there will be a time, Father.
So you've you guys are meeting at a long hall. Something along those lines, or were you meeting in the town square?
Well, wherever we talked about it, like whatever the tradition was for the people, and you said something about standing stones.
Okay, yeah. So
like wherever we would have had town meetings before, and yeah, that works for me. I like that.
Yeah. This is almost the opposite situation as when Aldwin had to deliver his speech. You've just called the locals here, right? Or have you called everybody? Okay.
You just look.
Yeah, because at least for now, like the immigrants, like they won't come within the bounds of the circle of stones. But the Varta have sort of assembled here, and they're kind of bunched into a crowd. And as you come into the circle, they spread apart to make room, and as they do, you see Gwynam, one of the other speakers, like putting the finishing touches of some marks on the ground.
Cool.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, and they they'll stand. He kind of stands and he's leaning on his staff. Everybody else is kind of, they look. They're not hostile. They're they're looking expectantly. But
so
he's also a religious figure, so
yeah. I give Fayana a hug, like I embrace you as you come up, and I whisper in your. I'm like, he's writing something on the ground. Do you want to invite him to come stand up with us as a religious leader? And then I pat you on the back and just step back.
Yeah, and everybody else they turn to you as you as you kind of take your place. There's kind of a raised spot in the center. It's not like a stage. It's just where you get maybe a head taller than everybody else.
Yeah. Do you do anything with that, Fayana?
Yeah, I'll go out to him and kind of come, let's provide a united front and try to let's go to the front. Well, I
Here.
stuffed my foot.
You're being honored by the Jarl's wife. Like,
Yeah, and like as you go to scuff your foot, like he's got his staff and he doesn't hit you with it, but he like puts it against your foot and he's like, you would blaspheme the sacred circle? You would do that to another speaker? Do you think that's something the spirits would honor?
That's a good question.
I'll go, no, of course, and I'll bend down and I'll add my own.
He looks at it and kind of like and you know, moves his staff away and he's like, I'll follow you, speaker.
what's this dude's name again?
Gwynham.
Gwenham.
Yep.
By the way, so like I'm here officially, so I have my priest robes on, but I have a cloak over it, and I'm just trying to like stand back and be as unobtrusive as possible right now, without literally looking like I'm uncomfortable to be here. Like he's trying to, he looks comfortable. He's putting on the face, but he's also like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just standing back.
Why would you notice me?
I would like to point out that I'm doing my best to look non-threatening.
Yeah.
If anything, I can actually set my sword like against a tree or something around me. That way, I don't have it on my person.
Yeah, the
If
closest
you
thing
want,
is one of
Chadwick
the
can hold it
stones.
outside the circle.
I don't want to do it on one of the stones because I feel like that might be disrespectful.
You don't
I can have Chadwick hold it for you, Dustin, outside the
Yeah,
circle.
do that. Do that. Have Chadwick hold it for me.
Yeah, he rushes for it and he's got like the prayer book in one hand and he like kind of takes your sword.
I'll take the book, Chadwick.
And he's like, no, I got this, Father.
Actually,
Let's see how long that lasts. Actually, Dustin,
would it be more symbolic if I gave it to Fiona to hold?
I can hold it if I need to.
Yeah, let's do that.
I like that.
I give it to Fiona to hold, or to place somewhere.
I'll just hold on to it.
She would know where is disrespectful and where.
Yeah. I'd like to think it's more of a symbolic thing, where like,
yeah,
I'm not here to start shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the crowd like nobody makes a move, but like everybody kind of stares Aldwin down as he.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just want to sweet talk Gwenham as he comes up. I'm like, Gwenham, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to have a united front with you and Fiona. I appreciate you being out amongst the people and leading them during this difficult time.
He gives you a smile and it's definitely a fuck you smile.
Yay, those are the best.
Like,
I'm fine. And she just gestures like to her side. She's like, please.
Yeah, he stands up there. He leans heavily on his staff.
Sorry, I like that I have him standing up there with me. Like
the crippled
who do you
dude.
support, bitch?
I
Well,
want
he's
to
gonna be. Go ahead.
just come up to him and be like, "Oh, I wish my grandmother could be here," and like untuck her necklace and kind of like hook my arm with his, like lean on me.
No, but just for the like symbolic, like if he wants to be like a rabble rouser, but he's up here with me, suck it, bitch.
Right?
Basically.
He's being
Yeah,
calm.
this is bad news.
Yeah.
He could be seen as being a part of it with you.
Yeah. So anyway, you know, like I'm sure that you know most of the people that I've invited to be up here with me. Of course, our speakers, Gwenham and Fiona. I've also asked Father Colin, who you may not know. He is with the settlers. He will speak to you later, and the captain of the guard, Aldwin.
Who you may not know.
I'm sure they know.
I'm sure they're
They know now.
They know. Yeah,
know.
and she's like, I asked her to be here just kind of in solidarity with us. I have two major pieces of news to share with you, and a request to make of you. Now, I would like it to be known that this was passed down to me to give to you from the Dominus. As you know, last year's harvest between the fires and the fighting were not what could sustain our town, particularly with this influx of people who have, as of yet, failed to carry their own end of production. As such, given that growing is just beginning and we will not be seeing the fruits of that for a while, there will be food rationing. And the Dominus has decided that we are the least desirable and will be getting the least food rationed out to us.
Yeah, as you say that, like, everybody starts talking at once. And by talking, I mean, like, incredulous shouting. Like, what? They're gonna starve us? You're gonna let them starve us?
She lets them, like, have their moment, and then just kind of beckons them.
Yeah, and
back
they'll
to silence as a go.
kind of, slow down. Beside Fayana, you hear, like, you can almost feel more than hear Gwenum kind of make some, like, sound.
She's like, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, don't mistake me for being understanding with the Dominus's decision. I fought this as best as I could. And then, frankly, I have little sway over what he decides. That said, she holds up, like, the land deeds, and she's like, I know that we are being forced off of our land. Our sacred sites are being toppled and destroyed. Our spirits are being disturbed, as I'm sure you saw last night in the town square. Things are unbalanced here, and without our own place to stay, where are they going to chase us off to next? They're just going to push us and push us and push us until we wind up in the forest. So I did convince the Dominus to give us these unworked lands. I know that things might be tight in the interim, but for now we can plow, we can plant, and we can start to build enough to sustain those of us that remain. So it's not what you had before, but it is the land that I could get you.
You deliver that speech, and everybody kind of, like, once they realize that that's kind of, like, you've laid out what you've got, that's kind of when the argument begins to start. Like, some people are, shouting thank yous for getting them land. Others are you hear the word betrayal a couple of times, and Gwenum kind of pulls his arm away from Fayana and steps to the side. So he's still, like, up there with you, and he turns to you, and he's like, so this is what you bring your people? bring them
Is,
you bring them paper when what they need is food. You live in the same household as their oppressors and bring them their decree. Is this who you are now?
and what would you have me done? I am not free to leave the home that was once mine. My children are being held captive, uh, and I don't have control of the food stores. So tell me what your grand plan is.
He said, I would have had you fight like the rest of us.
Is that it? That's I'm sorry. No disrespect. That's your plan?
He says, do you think that you are somehow special, girl? Do you think that your children's lives are worth more than ours? And here you come saying, I don't have the freedom to act, and like gestures out to the crowd, and he's like, you have a home, a roof over your head, finery. Your children are safe, while these children will starve.
Kristen,
Yeah.
is it okay if Colin says something here? I don't want to step on toes if you got something.
No, sure. Yeah. No.
Okay. So Colin will kind of step forward, and in a like measured tone, but that still carries. He'll say, She tells you she tells you that food is going to be short, and your solution to feed your people is more battle. It's like, and I'll say, I am not a wealthy man. I do not have land. I have a small garden, and he'll start going into his plan of when the times are tight, everyone we should come together and I'll have a small garden and I know there's great hunters and there are people in town who are willing to put forward food. So all the poor of us can have food in our bellies and not starve.
Yeah, and Gwynam turns to the crowd and is like, would you listen to the venomous words from his serpent's tongue? Of course, your oppressors, your conquerors would come and tell you, no, just work with us. Do not fight them.
There's nobody left to fight. You didn't go to battle. Is he older? Did he?
Oh yeah, he did.
I assumed I would know that.
Yeah, no, he he lifts up his, where he's been like hobbling around, and he's missing like a freaking chunk out of his calf where he was injured fighting, but survived. And he's like, how dare you? And he's like,
well, no, I would have known that he fought. I wouldn't have said that.
Okay.
I mean, I just assumed he was an old guy who just didn't fight.
No, he's older, but
Okay.
he went into battle and he survived,
Yeah.
but he came out scarred.
Yeah. And she's like, look, I can either fight for you from the inside, or we can just run against the wall until we're all bloodied and dead. And I look out and I see women who have lost husbands, children who have lost fathers and brothers, and we are not in a position to take up arms against these people.
And he looks at you, but he points over at Colin, And he's like, but you would bring these blasphemers to our sacred sites.
I don't know what spirits you have been talking to, or somebody offering to help feed you, you would call a blasphemer. Sure, he's another religion, but that has never stopped us from sharing what we have with others. That is not how we behave in this town. He is here with an offer of food, not conversion and a different god. You want us to fight, and you want us to starve.
He looks down. He looks over at Chadwick in his who's adopted like some of the church's clothing. And he's like, his words have poisoned you against us. If you stand with us, you would denounce him and his kind. And he kind of looks at Aldwin at the same time. And he's like, you should stand with your people if we are still your people.
Did you get tired of lobbing words at me, Joseph, that now you have to go at a child?
Damn.
Ooh! Fucking savage! I like that one. Good job.
Yeah, and the crowd is kind of like looking back and forth between the two of you. They don't know really who to follow at this point. So I'm thinking it's a versus oratory test.
Yeah, sure.
You have my oratory die.
Yeah, because
You have my die sword.
Can the fact that I passed my sword off to Fiona help in some way?
What would you be using to help? What skill?
Do you have inconspicuous and you just get the hell out of the way so people notice you less? If I had to step forward to talk, that's how I was going to help. I was going to be like, I'm not here. I'm not here.
I have the sword skill.
That really only works if you're putting your sword in somebody else's hands.
Other people, yeah.
The other way, yeah.
It would be the opposite of intimidation.
Yeah, if you're negotiating with steel in their face, then maybe you can help with sword.
I don't think I have anything. Yeah, never mind.
And that's totally fine to just be like, well, this could have gone better. Yeah, so I guess
I would like to help
Oh, go ahead.
with some persuasion. Justin, would we rather eat or continue to die? And how can we fight if we're starving?
Okay, yeah. So before we get into roles, I want to make sure that we have like a good intent set. So what he wants is to like basically he wants to
Incite a rebellion.
Yeah, he wants everybody to kind of see you as a turncoat.
This sucks. I didn't want to come to this podunk town anyway. I had dreams in that city I was from. I was nobility, goddammit.
And here you are.
I accepted my life, and then they just kill my husband, and now you guys are pissed at me for what you fucking done.
No.
I say none of that.
You know, I can help.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have husband murder-wise?
I do not. But okay. Well, here, let me ask a couple questions first. Would my mere presence be intimidating enough to use as intimidation, or should I say something?
I mean, if you're gonna,
Are you
like,
trying to intimidate them? It's not helping.
Well, you're the ones who keep saying that they're gonna die if they fight us. How is that any worse than anything I could do?
Yeah, like, you don't have to say anything. You could just be like...
I would like to... I mean, the fact that I'm there, I would like to think that with Nicole's point and everything like that, that they're gonna die. They see I came in full armor. I'm obviously... Our forces are more well-equipped and well-armed than they are.
Yeah, sure. Especially if you're like, if if you like, you can use body language, right, to be intimidating. Like, you know, kind of give them that "don't fuck with us."
I can just cross my arms.
Yeah, every time that Yezi's like, you want us to fight them, like, you just kind of stand a little straighter.
Yeah, stand over.
Yeah.
You guys can kind of like gesture to me, like, I mean, look.
Look at that chiseled Adonis. How could we ever fight him?
We'll never be able to stand against them.
Well, so that'll work for an intimidation
Yeah.
help.
Yep, absolutely.
That can't color it in a worse way if we fail.
Oh no!
No, not at all. So if you succeed, what are you after here?
I want the people to recognize getting the land as a large benefit. Like, yes, they will be hungry and it will be hard, but having the land is something that they just have not had since we were taken over.
Right.
Like, having a place. Like, we just won't discuss the fact that it's not really theirs, but
Yeah, that's all details.
Okay.
yeah, we're not going to worry about that.
Do you also want to disgrace?
Gwenham.
Yeah, Gwenham. Like maybe he can't.
No,
be
because I want to fork an etiquette in there and be like, look, I know like people are upset, but like you are a good spiritual leader, you know, and I think your opportunity is to lead the people onto their new land instead of to arms.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll an oratory with an etiquette and a town-wise.
Okay. And then you're getting a die of help from each person up there?
Yep. So 3.
Yep.
Another 3. So oratory. Why isn't anything happening?
You gotta click on one of the black dots. You can't click on the white part of the die because it's dumb.
Oh, is that
mine
what's
was-
going on?
Yeah.
That's
Mine-
dumb as fuck.
Yeah, mine was
There
being
it is.
wonky too. I couldn't get it to work.
Okay, so the modifiers I put in my forks and the helping die.
Yes.
My helping oratory. Nicole's helping persuasion. Dustin's intimidate.
Yep. And
Okay.
it'll ask for artists separately because it won't calculate that internally.
Okay, and I'm gonna hold off on that for now.
Okay.
Should I just set the ob to 1?
Yeah.
Hope
Okay,
for some
are you
success.
ready?
Yep.
Do something.
Damn.
Do something.
It's,
No, I don't. Hang on, I don't know what's happening. Oh, it went.
yeah.
It went.
Okay.
It went amazingly well.
It opened extra. Oh, the people's having dreams and he's crying.
Oh no.
Aww.
Sorry,
I've
it
got
opened
6 in there,
multiple
too.
windows, so I was still like clicking through shit.
Oh,
Yeah, I had to
Yeah.
find. That's why I couldn't tell like when I rolled if I succeeded or
Yeah.
not. I had to wait for your guys' response.
Cool.
You get a
Nice.
6 in there too if you need it.
I don't think I need it. Or no, Shaun hasn't rolled.
I have not
Yeah.
rolled. So my ob
Is that a
6.
routine test for the rest
Damn.
of us for our helping die?
What's that?
Is that a?
It depends on what his.
Yeah,
It
it
depends on what
depends on how
Shaun
many
gets, I think.
successes I get.
Oh. Sorry.
These roll low. I need some. I need some routine.
I need some routines. Yeah.
All right. So he's rolling oratory.
So you need routine and difficult or challenging, or can it be difficult and challenging? Just 2 of the 3?
For skills,
Yeah, to level up.
if it says or, then you can take either.
Okay, but I can't do difficult and challenging and ignore routine, right? I have to have at least routine.
Yes, you must have the
And then
routines.
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Oh my
Routines.
God, Shaun, roll.
I'm
You're killing me, Smalls.
You're killing
He's
me.
building up the tension.
He's got oratory of 4, and he's forking in Varta wise. He knows his people.
Oh God.
He's also spending his will to live.
Not that I'm planning anything later.
What's the will to live?
He's
Your
got
last persona.
He's got 1 persona.
Oh, oh yeah. Whoops, I forgot about that.
His obstacle is 6. I got 3 successes. Oh, but 2 of them are 6s. He's going to
Shaun, stop.
Fate. How many 6s did I get? 2.
Well, I might as well not mark it. It's already challenging. I have that son bitch.
Oh,
Fuck.
One more.
4. Five.
This is bullshit.
Bolshevism. I'm gonna wake you up in the middle of the night and whisper bad jokes to you.
Oh my God.
All
right.
So I'm gonna spend an Arda of fate
Okay.
Well, that's 6.
because I have that 6. It's not you. I mean, God damn you. Let me erase this. 4, and then I'll see if I can do roll 1. Oh, I don't know. Oh,
The one.
is that? Did I do that right?
No,
I
you
guess
did that
so.
right.
I just got a 1.
You just
So
got
we're
a
tied.
1. We're tied. How do we want to break the tie?
A schism with the Varta.
I was gonna exactly say that. Half.
Uh,
I'm really pissed at you right now. I rolled so well.
I'm really pissed at him too.
I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry. Sorry, not sorry. We
I'm just gonna wake you up like 3 in the morning and like just tell you the Bananarama joke over and over and over again. Tell you that goddamn chipmunk joke.
you know I only do this because I love you.
No, you don't.
You have a funny way of showing
I
it.
do.
Hashtag
Dick.
rep.
So here's the thing. We can't break it with oratory. We have to go to something else.
All right, fisticuffs.
I'll punch him.
No.
I'll punch him in the face.
Yeah, hitting things is not my strong suit.
Do you want me to hit You want me to hit this guy?
No, I know. No.
Look,
Take a deep
we're fighting
breath.
a pacifist.
You want
doesn't
me to
even
hit
work,
him?
you old man. No, I'm just-
No, I don't want anyone to hit anybody. It's fine. Is a 6 versus 6 difficult? Or no, because I have to count the extra die.
challenge.
Yeah, all the extra dice. So, right?
Yeah, it should be.
You rolled
Yeah.
9 dice.
Yeah.
No, you rolled 9 dice. So
Yeah, it's just a routine.
Is it a routine? Is it a routine for us too?
no, it's whatever dice we have in the skill versus 6.
Yeah. So,
So
you guys all get
probably
challenging.
challenging for all of us.
Can I trade my challenging in for 4 routine?
Nope.
Nope.
I hit my difficult and my challenging requirements for my intimidation, but I have no routines.
Okay, so I can either work on persuading him or make like a doctrine and rule of law argument to the people.
Yeah.
Is that a skill you have? Rule of law?
What do you?
Yeah, I have doctrine and rule of law.
So we're not going with the schism?
But what would you do against that?
Oh, I'd have to, like. I think he'd have doctrine. because he is
Yeah.
a priest. Rule of law is not a skill that he has.
Fuck yeah, young lady. Yeah, I want to I think I want to lead with doctrine.
Okay.
Maybe?
Okay.
Yeah, and just fork in rule of law.
What kind of like what religious sort of doctrine covers this?
So look, I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes here. I know that I come from a different place, but I have done my best to learn your ways and follow the rules of the religion here. And I have become quite a faithful member myself in the many, many seasons I've spent serving you as the Jarl's wife. And I do know for a fact that we firmly believe that our families and our people come first. And at this point, that means going to the land we have been given and farming it and trying to make a future for ourselves in what we have left before we rise up against the people oppressing us. I just don't even look at Alden when I say that. Look, and you owe it to, and I'm like, look at your children. Look at your daughters here. Look at your young sons. If we cannot provide for them in this moment and in the next season, there won't be anyone to fight. That is what we're facing. And on top of that, I know that I don't run this city anymore, that is the Dominus's domain, but I am the closest thing you have to a leader of your own for now. And it is both the Dominus's law and my will that you should go to these lands and you should do as best as you can from now. And I promise you that I will do what I can to help get us out of this situation. Even if I cannot be upfront with the things that I do.
And Shaun,
Yeah.
when she's talking about her doctrine and her religion, I'm like, I don't want my religion to be a part of this right now. So like I tuck my cloak around myself a little bit and just kind of hunch, step back, just kind of make myself less visible.
Are you trying to help
to
her?
help her
Inconspicuous?
argument out. Yes.
Like brr. Yeah, go ahead and roll that. That's what doctrine with a inconspicuous help, and it sounds like a rule of law fork.
Yeah, Fiona, did you want to help with that at all? I mean, it's your religion. I'm just making shit up.
Well, I mean, ancestor-wise.
Who's going to worship the ancestors if everyone's dead?
Yeah, like what argument do you make?
You can't have ancestors without descendants, people.
Do you want to be an ancestor? Don't be a statistic.
Statistic.
She's the care of your people.
What argument would I make?
I want to fork anatomy for we're all gonna fucking starve to death.
I don't think anatomy covers that.
And it's not pretty.
Something about the best thing we can do right now to honor our ancestors and our people is to survive and to thrive, and food will get us there.
All right. Yeah, and he like Gwynnum at this point.
I called out Jessup earlier. Do we have a Jessup? I think there's
No.
Jessup.
We have no Jessup.
Well, let's pretend like I called him Gwynnum.
yeah, and like he's just like you would have the temerity to call up to question or to say that this is honoring our ancestors and our honored dead. Your own son died for honor. If this is how you would have his sacrifice be remembered, to have the people he died for to so bravely to roll over so that this oppressive regime can rub their bellies like a good dog, then he will never have his spirits resting in the halls of the ancestors.
She kind of like laughs and turns to the people. She's like, your priest would threaten the rest of my dead child? Wonder what he thinks of your dead children.
He says that their children, our children, died to save their people. You would give their survivors away to these heathens. He's rolling doctrine and forking in Varta wise because he knows his people pretty well.
Who is this motherfucker to pass judgment on people?
He's a priest. That's what priests do.
That is a good point.
And I'm throwing in a persona.
Okay. Do you want to roll first, or do you want me to roll first?
No, I'm waiting for you to roll.
Okay. He doesn't have a very high doctrine. It's only 3. Two successes. One of them is a 6.
Which will blow up 9 times.
Right?
Yeah. Somehow.
Motherfucker.
Are we?
I feel like at this point we should have just gone to Duel of Wits.
That's all right. He's gonna spend his last fate. Oh
yeah, sucker.
I think at this point.
Did you hang on? Oh, that's all right. She did. She's got it.
We've made 2 tie-breaking rolls and have tied both times.
We've only made 1 tie-breaking roll.
That's what this was. This was the tiebreaker. Like we've made 2 versus tests.
We've tied twice.
Yeah, we tied twice. We're not going to take
Get your words right, son.
I apologize. I don't think we should take this any farther. How does this break down?
Schism.
Have
The voice from the clouds.
Stars above.
Ooh.
I think that would be really interesting.
No, I don't like.
And Matt.
I think their loyalties are split. Like half the people can stand with you, unless like do you have a different idea? Because at this point, like, kind of neither of us have won, and we don't have any way of breaking the tie any further, unless you've got a call-on trait that covers this.
Shit, I should have used it the first time because it's a tiebreaker for fucking oratory.
You could still use it, I think. Like, it's a drift, but...
I mean, because I have, I like doing things on paper. I hate this shit. Oh, I lost it completely. Hang on. Charismatic.
Oh shit, you do. Do you want to spend that now? I mean, it's a fudge, but
I mean, yeah, if it's not like retconning too much shit.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think because it ended in another tie, it's nothing.
It's still the
changed,
same
really.
argument, basically. So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally just. Yeah, she's just calm and collected, and is like, yeah, no, he threw my own dead son at me. Cool.
Uh,
Is that who you're gonna
I
listen
mean,
to?
he is the one that seems to be becoming a little unwound. The
Unhinged.
whole time she's kept her composure.
that's true. I think everybody kind of like they were like looking back and forth, like both of you guys were making good points. And then he played the dead son card. And he fucking
Lost him.
right?
people are like, "Oh, really? Too personal, guy. Come on, man."
Yeah. And you know, at this point, like as the conversation went, he's out crossing in front of them, and like, like you guys weren't just standing there stock still yelling at each other, like just out there moving across the crowd. And then
She stayed on the rock,
yeah,
just like calmly watching him. And it was like Hillary versus Trump in the debate.
right.
No, that's a bad example because that means he would win
What?
in the end.
Yeah, but, he
Yeah,
was
but if we're
creepy as
talking
fuck,
about displaying unhinged, oh my god.
right?
Every woman watching that was like, oh, I know that guy.
But yeah, I think slowly, one by one, all the Varta like turn their backs on Gwynam.
Are they shunning him?
Yeah, like that was too much. That was too much for them to handle, and they're just like no, and they turn their backs, and they go. Or until he's like, he realizes they won't listen to him, and he's like, have it your way then, and like goes stalking off.
Is there like a person here who's kind of a community leader?
You?
Sure.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
You.
Just a person that stands out.
Yeah.
We're all kind of community leaders.
No, but like somebody who's out here with me. Like, I just want someone to be in charge of.
Sure. Like there's like a woman. She's got several children. Her husband died in the battles, just like you.
Yeah. So I'm not actually gonna ask them to do shit at this point for the settlers. Cause fuck that.
Right.
So yeah, like I go up and I kind of like embrace her, and as like I'm holding her, I just whisper "Saksa lives" in her ear, and pass over the papers. And I'm like, I trust you to help people get settled on these lands.
Yeah,
and if you need anything, my door is open. I'm doing what I can.
Yeah,
Hashtag
and
Saksa lives.
She
Yeah.
takes them, and she's like, I'll see that these get to where they need to go. Hand them to the surviving families.
Mm-hmm. Does she react at all to the news that Socks is alive?
She's pretty stoic about it, like.
Mm-hmm. But there's just like
But
a
she
nod.
acknowledges it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that just getting spread. But I figured announcing it was a bad move.
Nice. Okay, fair warning. I'm gonna have to restart this call here because we're at the 3-hour 59-minute mark, and Skype will shut the call down at 4 hours.
It's Bolshevism.
Yeah. So give me just a second, and I'm gonna go ahead and restart that call.
Okay.
There we go.
No touching.
Everything's back on now. Yeah. So I think does that sound like a good ending spot to everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
Unless you guys need like a debrief after that.
Jeez, God.
Like
no.
us just walking
I think
away.
we just jammed 2 sessions into one.
Well, you've never played with me. We get shit done.
Well, you got your beliefs done. I got one of mine done. I'm pretty happy about it. I have a fun belief to write up about Gwynam for next session.
all right.
Yeah, imagine when it's all said and done, though. Yezi just bolts out of there. Just fucking over this.
It's just you're exhausted and like it's been a shitty day.
Livid. Sad now.
Right? I don't know how it is that no session of this that I ever run is like happy ending time.
Dude, I'm still sad about Theorsa. I think about Theorsa and I still get sad.
I'm pretty happy that no riots happened in 2 situations that Shaun tried his best.
Colin will say, not that I want to get into it role-playing wise, just as we're walking away, if you look sad or something, Colin will say that, I don't know how it is with your speakers, but where I come from, members of the church also can be, you know, because I guess this word psychiatry doesn't exist yet, but can be like, you know, confidants and someone you can talk to, and we're well versed in just listening if you need.
She just kind of dismisses you. She's like, not now, Colin. She's going.
This is not the time.
There's kitties behind Matt.
We're gonna have a cry and a nap. It's gonna be fine.
I see panther ears in that couch or that futon.
Right. So, who wants to start with Varta?
I will.
Said the man not at his computer.
Panther!
It's so personal.
It's a panther.
Ugh.
Look at
Love
that
me,
panther
son.
kitty.
All right. Saxa needs to get out of the city, and I need to convince Yezi and Fayana I'm on their side. I'll down 2 birds with 1 stone and use my criminal knowledge to help them smuggle the girl out of the city tonight.
That definitely is
True story.
a
Yep.
persona.
Bang!
Cha-ching.
The rift in this town is too great to ignore. I will convince both the Dominus and Yezi that funding a banquet, etc., etc. I didn't do a lot towards it, but I reconnected with Yezi about it a little bit.
That's true. I feel like you did a lot of backing up there, like when it came to that last argument, you were helping a lot. I'd definitely give you fate for it.
Okay. And then I'm sick of bloodshed. I will follow the path of virtue and put my dark path behind me where it belongs.
You did not start any shit. I'll tell you that.
I did not punch a man when I could have a couple of times, but yeah. No.
I would say he made progress to that just for the fact that he did his best to help stop. Well, the second riot, he didn't help the first.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I totally agree. Instincts.
Always answer a threat or insult with a sucker punch, which I actually went against this time.
Right.
Never allow a child to come to harm. And when looked to for answers, throw out some random doctrine. Which didn't really get me in trouble, but
No.
You tried.
I was gonna say I think never let a child come to harm. Like I feel like that wasn't really an instinct that you were acting on though. Right?
what are you talking about?
Getting Saxa through.
Well, it was
town.
the instinct. Because of the instinct, I wrote up the belief about it, so it's linked. But I already got a point for it in one, so I don't want to double dip.
Yeah. Yeah.
Character traits, I didn't do cruel, cynical, or stoic. If I'm lucky, I might get to tap my cruel next session. Lucky, cold-blooded, and poker face.
Okay.
Poker face.
Sounds good. Looks like 2 fate, 1 persona.
Yep.
Not bad. Who's up next?
I can go.
Okay.
Capable right of Saxa is executed. I must get her out of town with the rebels without Numerus finding out.
That
Done.
is a persona. I mean, yeah. No, he never found out what happened to her. So.
I must pursue peace between our people after giving them the good and bad news. I must convince them to each find a way to help the new settlers.
What's that?
I would say fate.
I could go either way, really. Like I feel like it was done in spirit. Like it was really about, are they gonna fucking like go after the newcomers? Are they gonna go into open revolt? And you kind of prevented that. I don't think that there's going to be a problem with like the Imperium being like, fuck no, don't help us, right?
But I think I intended them like to convince them to go out and commit an act of kindness, like towards the settlers.
Oh, okay.
Which I like as soon as that argument happened, I was like, "Oh, I'll be lucky to get out of here alive." Like, let's not push
You
it.
could still. I mean, if you want to help me with my banquet, that might help you work towards that more still next session.
Well, really, I'll probably scrap this belief
Okay.
at this point. Yeah.
Okay. But it feels more like fate, like
Yeah, no, I wouldn't claim a persona for it.
Okay.
Maybe a fate, but not a persona. Because it's like I consciously gave up on completing this one.
right. Okay.
I have no true power so long as my children are here. I will ride out to the rebel camp of Soxa and talk to Naiko to make arrangements.
Absolutely, Persona.
Keep calm and de-escalate. Always protect Eric and Asta. Never show weakness before others.
I think that third one.
Yeah. You didn't let his insult to your children really hit you. You stood strong the whole time.
But it didn't get her in trouble, really.
I mean, they could have basically just branded her a fucking heretic.
Traitor.
Yeah, traitor.
Yeah.
But she won that exchange, is what I'm saying.
Yes, but it did put her at risk. That's the.
Oh, okay.
That's
Is
the
that
thing.
that counts?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not necessarily about did you get hurt, but like did this cause you problems?
Okay.
So character traits, I had rabble rouser and collectivist.
I'd say collectivist.
Yeah, because that was kind of the argument I made. Go take care of your shit. Mark privilege, cool-headed, and thick-skinned. Charismatic, but we use that.
Right. All right.
So that's me.
Dustin, Nicole, which one of you guys wants to go?
I'll go. I will keep Sax under my protection until the situation is resolved.
That's done. Persona.
Yeah.
I will have Yezi use her sources to get a letter to Metiana unnoticed. Fate, probably.
Fate.
Yeah, Fate.
Yeah.
It hasn't been done, but I set the wheels in motion.
And I am more than willing to help you with that.
Oh, well, I bet you are. My brother has let power corrupt him and must be removed from his position. I feel like the letter is a step in that direction, but I don't know.
I mean, if that's the case, you might want to combine those. Like think of that as a multi-step belief, with the letter being step one. If that makes sense.
Okay.
You can kind of, if you do it that way, you can turn it into a persona mine, kind of.
So what should I mark for those two?
I that's mostly for future. Like if you want to.
Could I persona the belief too and get rid of it? Because I mean, maybe I should have written that better. Because.
Yeah. No. This is like there's no reason to not just like rewrite a belief. Like I'd give you fate for that first one, not so much for the second one. But if you want to think of those as really being two parts of the same thing, then you can sort of rewrite that second belief as what is it? My brother needs to be removed from power. Semicolon. First, I need to get a letter to Mediana explaining the situation.
Yep.
And then once the letter is sent, then it's a persona, and then you just keep that first part and you rewrite after the semicolon to be like, here's part two. Now that we've got the letter.
Well, I feel that I did as much as I could, so I'll probably just rewrite the second one.
Yeah,
regardless.
and that's fine, but it clears up the space for the third belief, so you can keep.
Okay.
Like you can keep on a theme while still getting persona for it.
Gotcha. Okay. Instincts. I will feel if I feel threatened. I will draw my sword. If a situation gets out of hand, I will take control of it through intimidation, and always fight to the death. I don't think anything really hanged.
Okay.
Traits: stubborn, sixth sense, and stoic.
I will give you stubborn.
Okay.
Going and waking your brother up in the middle of the goddamn night.
I was thinking about it. I'm like, no, I would be stubborn about it. I wouldn't let the servant be like, "Are you sure?" Oh, and booming. Do I count call-on traits?
Call-on traits, not usually, because they have mechanical effects. Like 9 times out of 10, it's character traits. Occasionally, gotcha. Like die traits or call-ons will get you fate, but usually it's character traits, and the others have their own kind of built-in benefits.
Okay, that's it for me then.
And Nicole.
Is that that's a fate, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I must protect Saksa. I can help her seek shelter in the woods with the help of the spirits.
Persona.
Yeah.
And done.
I must help Yezi lay her son to rest so he may join the ancestors.
That one still needs to get moved on.
And I must protect the ancestors' burrows by stopping the desecration, by stopping the new religion's worship.
I'm almost tempted to, like, you were so close to Mold Breaker on that. Like, so close. Because Gwen was like, no, get her to fucking denounce the priest. What are you doing? Whose side are you on? But it's not.
You had my back. Thanks, fam.
It's it's not quite there. I don't know if it needs to be tweaked or if we just need to push harder.
I think we might need to tweak it.
Okay.
I'm thinking about tweaking.
Okay, that's fine. And instincts.
Always commune with the ancestor spirits for an hour every morning.
Okay, that gets you
Never.
practice.
Yep, never refuse hospitality when offered.
Okay.
And always show deference to an ancestor spirit.
You did do that actually
Mm-hmm.
when. In fact, you could have, like, you had leverage on him and you chose not to use it. Which actually you could have saved yourself a future test that you're gonna have to make instead. So I'll give you a fate for that.
Character traits: always in the way, dismissive, frustrated.
I'd say dismissive.
Always in the way.
Oh.
Not even close.
Sometimes you work those traits off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's probably gonna get voted off.
Yeah. And then die traits: mark of privilege, gifted, and Faust.
Oh, you have a marker privilege as well?
Apparently, I kind of forgot about that
So,
because I was looking down.
All right, that sounds like bits. There wasn't a whole lot of funny in this session. No, I didn't hear any
not
humor.
really.
Yeah.
No, there was no funnies.
Right skill, right time. Anybody have an oddball skill that helped?
Did Yezi...
Dark and streetwise.
Dark and streetwise.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dark and Streetwise. Also, did rule of law come into play?
Oh shit! You actually do have rule of law, don't you?
Yeah, I fucked it.
No, Oakland does.
No, I'm opening rule of law, but I didn't use it. No, she used rule of law this session.
Why would I not have rule of law?
I'm opening rule of law.
Right. Yeah, but she used it as a fork.
Well,
I'm
you
actually
used
more
Dark
surprised that she
Streets
has
as a
doctrine.
too.
Oh, but that comes from young lady, doesn't it?
I took everything of interest that young lady gave me access to. So yeah, probably it came from young lady.
Right.
You're saying I shouldn't use stealthy because I had to buy it with general points.
Right. Okay. I think everybody kind of had things within their wheelhouse. That's what I'm feeling. There.
I didn't know there was a dark and streetwise, and I'm impressed. And it was helpful.
I would give it, except that it was a fork and not like.
Yeah.
You're a fork.
Rule was inconspicuous.
Fork mother.
That makes
Food.
your guys' relationship even weird.
It's pretty weird.
Especially if you know my. We're broadcasting.
Hey, Mom!
She's not gonna watch this.
This video's on the internet.
Not for 4 hours. Forever.
right.
It's on the internet. We have missing sessions of other games because I've ran my mouth about shit.
All right, embodiment. Does anybody want to nominate anybody for embodiment?
Yezi.
Yezi.
Yezi?
Absolutely embodiment of the
The calm,
unity
collected
leader, completely collected, calm, stone faced. Not gonna let that rabble rouser get to her.
I'm a rabble rouser.
I know, but you didn't this session.
That's right.
I feel like you're the opposite of a rabble rouser.
Sometimes you need a man on the inside.
Yeah.
To rouse the rabble.
Oh, sorry, that was a different. Yeah, I also wanna nominate Ayana for it. Like overall, I thought it was pretty cool, but for one specific point of where like, all right, let's bargain over the price, and she's like, no, that's totally a price I want to pay. That's like my whole job is to make sure you guys get recognition. And he's like,
no, that
oh,
was...
really? It's like, yeah, I'll do it for free.
Oh yeah,
if you do this job. I said, okay, yeah. So
yeah, no, that's awesome. So that's 2 persona points. Anybody else? I'd actually nominate Aldwin for that. For the speech on the wagon.
Yeah.
I'm not only was it successful, but I was impressed with how successful it was.
yeah,
and it was like there was
you
a good
can say
speech there.
surprised. It's okay to say surprised.
No, it's good. It means you have to work harder for it next time. Awesome. Mold Breaker. I don't think anybody gets Mold Breaker. Nobody like rejected a belief outright.
Not till next session when Matt gets it.
I might not mold break yet. I might try to hold on to it and do something else, but yeah, we'll see. Like, I mean, I might bloody him, absolutely, but I won't give up on the belief yet.
All right. Workhorse. Being
Yezi.
for doing
Yezi.
all the work for the scenario.
Yezi.
Yezi.
Everybody's nominated.
Did like all of the work.
Yezi did do a
Sure.
lot of goddamn work. That's persona. MVP.
I'm torn because not having a riot was pretty cool.
Not having two rights has been cooler.
But also managing to get through town, which was kind of a combined effort. So I'm really undecided because we had the spirit, which was awesome, and
Hang on, did we just vote on Workhorse the last time? Is that what we just voted on?
Yeah.
yeah, like
I'd almost switch that around then and give Yezi MVP and someone else Workhorse.
I disagree. I think she did more workhorse than anybody else.
But what I'm saying is, I also think she had the coolest moment, which was that argument at the end, and you can't get Workhorse and MVP. But
in the end, it's the same.
It's the same award, but it's like, I mean, the reasons behind it are different. I feel like I think my vote would have to go to Dustin, because there was really kind of two forks of what was going on in the town. Like, there was the interlopers being mad about one thing and the locals being mad about something else. And I totally agree that Yezi was there, like, kind of backing everybody up most steps of the way. But I feel like Dustin,
kind of the other spearhead to everything.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
What do you guys
Yeah,
think?
I think that.
boom, do it.
All right, that is a
Thank
persona. Did anybody accomplish goals greater than themselves? Are we at Deed's point yet?
I don't feel like it.
I don't feel like it either.
She achieved her mustache goal greater than herself.
Greater mustache than yourself. I already gave.
Except I have to make that face the whole time. or
She
else
decided
it'll
to shave it for later.
So we already gave Aldwin and Colin their freebie steel tests for watching spirit shit go down, right?
Yeah.
Are there any more?
Um,
Such as facing down an angry mob.
I feel like
Yezi gets an ob 3.
yeah, she saw wounds.
Witnessing real bloodshed and gore.
Oh. Oh, I can't.
What's your steal?
6.
Oh,
Damn!
that
You have higher
ob 3
got-
isn't
skill
gonna
than the
help
dude
you.
You gotta
who
have
literally
kids.
fought in wars.
You gotta have kids.
Yep. Um.
I've killed people, and I still have less steel than you.
I forced 3 humans out of my body.
Awesome. I think that's it. Unless anybody wants to nominate anybody for a reputation.
It's early.
Let me think. No? Do we want to nominate NPCs for Arda?
Yeah, if you would like to.
Since there's no chat left.
Nope, because I don't want him to get his will to live back.
I was gonna say I feel like he should get some what's his
Yeah,
name?
get some.
Maybe he needs to
Yep.
get some.
Damn. That's
So just here's Gwynym's beliefs. This interloper priest is a blasphemer and a heretic. I will demand that Yezi denounce him to show her loyalty to our people.
well, you
Your
certainly
fat
tried.
chance, bitch.
He
He
did-
tried. Yeah, that's fate.
He definitely tried.
That is fate. Gets one of those back. Oh no, that's I accidentally put that in persona. His second belief: the Jarl's widow is a turncoat. I will not permit Fianna to give her the satisfaction of seeing her son join his father in the halls of the dead.
Certainly
Oh,
tried that
that's
as
coming
well.
up. That's coming up next session.
I mean,
He's
that came
probably gonna
up.
try to
like,
do something with the spirit.
Yeah.
He tried to claim that he would never join it.
His third belief: I will summon Fianna's grandmother and force her to shun the Jarl's son's spirit.
Jesus.
Has
Is that when Nicole kicked in the dirt?
that one hasn't come up yet?
Damn.
Yikes.
What a twat!
But if you
Yes.
want to nominate
White
him for,
twat waffle.
did you want to give him persona for something, embodiment or something?
No,
For being a
I don't
twat?
see any persona. No. The fate's fine.
Yeah, I want him to have a persona for being even that.
He is a twat. He's supposed to be a
He
twat.
is
And he-
personifying himself, or he is embodying.
You really embody being a twat, Shaun. Give
Why-
yourself
yeah,
a persona.
thank you.
Yeah,
I'm-
even down to your twatty rolls.
Come on, that was awesome. So good. That's what Burning Wheel's all about. All right.
well, guys, I think Nicole and I are going to be going here soon. We're ready to crash. So
Oh yeah, I'm
Thanks for
exhausted.
hanging out. I'm glad we got to play for longer.
Yep.
You
2
said it was a
hours
good
just
session.
doesn't do it.
And
thank God it's Labor Day.
I think
weekend.
we can. It should be clear there will be no session next week because
Okay.
Nope.
because
We'll be at our wedding.
several out of us will be at the wedding. Like most
4/5 of us.
We'll be home.